The more things change. Author's note: a little more than a year ago, I wrote The More Things Change and put it out to hiatus. Since then, I've gone on and written other stuff, and improved my writing a fair bit. Then I looked back at my first effort, and found it to be very much into the rewrite. And so, this is what it island cleaned up spelling, modified continuity, better characterization, I hope, and, well, all that other good stuff. I hope I did the right thing. Enjoy. RPM == the recent past. Ukyou Island sunsets on the Isle of Ukyou were beautiful. The way that it cast a certain soft light on everything was just extremely romantic. Really. This was why the all-male population of the isle was driven nearly to insanity, since there were no women on the isle to share such an event with, and hence kidnap women from nearby islands, like they had just recently had kidnapped Akane. Get away! Ukyou watched with mild interest as Ranma was chased by Shampoo, who was being chased by Akane. They seemed to have recovered from the ordeal just fine, and now that they were on friendly terms with the prince of the island, it had become a dream vacation. Shampoo! Come back, Shampoo! Mithus yelled. Don't you see that Ita's eyes that loves you? Shampoo! Ukyou sighed. Not exactly the best way to spend a beautiful sunset, and she was hoping to share it with Ranma, but she was in no mood today to step back into the vicious circle. That's what it seemed to be for her, a vicious circle, an annoying and unbreakable pattern of her, Shampoo, Kodachi, and sometimes even Akane chasing after Ranma, while Mithus, Ryouga, and Kuma were out to pulverize him. They were on an island. They were stuck there until they reached Japan, and there would probably be no progress made on anyone's part as far as winning Ranma's heart over. So, just for today, she thought, why bother? Our enemy, I'll kill you, roared Ryouga as he blazed past, in the wrong direction. Ukyou laughed a little at that. The moron was always good for a laugh or two. As she watched the figures become small specks on the beach, she sighed once more. Okay, she thought to herself, 5 more minutes until I go in there and save Ronshin's butt. She couldn't help it, it seemed. Some habits were hard to break. Some things never changed. Blank screen. Q title *M Productions presents show flash clips of Ranma, Mithus, Ryouga, Ukyou, Kodachi, Ukyou, and Shampoo as music starts fast. Right square bracket been running so long show Ranma and Akane running toys nearly lost all track of time. School. They jump into the hordes in every direction that usually attack Akane every day. Couldn't see the warning signs and start fighting. Asterisk a Ranma 1/2 fanfic Ion asterisk I must be losing it, so Ukyou in her disguise cause my mind plays tricks on me. Then in her more ladylike look, right square bracket, it looked so easy, so standard wimpy Gosankuji, but looks sometimes deceive back to back with suit clad confident and smirking Gosankuji twin asterisk based on stories by Rumiko Takahashi asterisk been running so fast, show Ryouga running across various right from the starting line locations across the world, checking no more connections maps, asking for directions, etc. Right square bracket, I don't need any more advice on hands, just reaching out, show all the various Jews and Kyo and ones just hanging on cursed people. Shampoo, Ryouga, it seems my weakness is Ranma, Goose, etc. falling, just keep going strong into their Jais and Kyo pools asterisk RNMA 1/2. The more things change asterisk Kodachi over heels Ryouga looking at a map right square bracket, where should I go, can stop myself, Ukyou plomping angry Ranma -chan right square bracket out of control it over heels Ranma and Akane about to kiss. No time to think from the ice skating episode, and looks like then notice the presence of the whole world's out of sync, everyone nearby and watching asterisk insert legal jargon here asterisk been running so hard Ranma-chan running from Shampoo right square bracket, when what I need is to unwind the voice of reason, who's on his knees in front of his one I left so far behind, an angry Shampoo right square bracket. I wait so long Ranma and Akane in the wrong so long to play this part, and Juliet play right square bracket, and just remembered that I'd forgotten about my heart chore sheet over heels, so Ukyou next to an old jukebox, where should I go in her restaurant? She looks sad, can single quote T stop myself, and is soon seated by a happy Ranma out of control and Akane. Then Goose, head over heels an angry Shampoo, then Ukyou, and no time to think, then Kodachi. Right square bracket, looks like the whole world's out of sync. Ryouga finally wanders in, looking very much lost and checking a map. He knocks over a lamp and the room goes dark. The music fades as the big piano riff hits right parenthesis prelude. Things change there exists, in the universe, an incredibly powerful force. It does not move mountains. It does not raise the earth. It does not spawn beasts of creation on barren rocks. It does nudge people down certain paths without them even aware of its influence. There are a select few that take this force seriously, but even they just shrug their shoulders and stand aside as it twists the universe in strange ways. Well, some of them, anyways. The Cult of the Odds Makers, the most well-known group live in Las Vegas, running incredibly tacky-looking temples. They seem to take a great interest in professional sports, scantily clad dancers, neon and Elvis. It's that kind of a force. It is called normality. The most commonly known effect is the fact that there will always be death and taxes in this world. Always. It's not very complicated, really. Normality is aided by human nature, and is in fact shaped by it. If something persists long enough, like plants dying in a certain geographical area, mysterious disappearances in a certain region, or the Chicago Cubs never winning a baseball championship, it begins to move forward through time much like a boulder moves downhill. Pretty soon that boulder gets plenty of momentum and it becomes the natural state off that boulder. It's already rolling around nicely, so why stop it? The force of normality isn't unshakable. There always exists the possibility that the Cubs might win a championship one of these years, but the force makes it very bloody and likely that they'll win it too many times, if at all. In Tokyo, Japan, there has been a template of normality installed and enforced after many years of human nature carving it out. Basically, it's like this: there's going to be a boy, a girl, and an absurd number of older girls. All the girls will pursue the boy, except one which will be fairly reluctant to even acknowledge that she cares about him. The boy will be attracted to this one girl that happens to chase him the least. This sort of thing has happened consistently in the history of Tokyo. From the dawn of civilization, a primitive man ran hectically across the plains as a small army of women stormed after him. A samurai met a humble farmer and his 7 daughters. A prince ran for cover as he discovers that his 12 mistresses arrived in the same room waiting to surprise him for his birthday, but instead were surprised when they found out that they were all promised marriage to the prince. The list goes on. Have you ever heard of the saying, the more things change, the more they stay the same? That is very much correct. However, lately, normality has been suppressed. The boulder has met some rather flat geography. For the longest time Tokyo has lacked such a fiery romance as the ones of its past. Things were calm in the city. Too calm. When normality gets suppressed, it builds up like water in a dam. Or in this case, maybe a flow of boulders in a dam. Whatever. The point is that when it finally gets released, it flows steadily and rather viciously, with a lot of destruction, mayhem, and loud noise. Recently common normality had been restored thanks to a foolish martial arts master and his son. However, the hold that normality had on this situation was weakening and it needed somebody else to get shoved into the situation. Normality isn't picky. It doesn't care who is stuck with the job as long as somebody is stuck with the job. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Tendu household was peaceful. Everybody was out doing something. Nabiki garnering funds from Ukyou, Ranma being chased out in the streets by Akane, Sue and Ranma out to the hardware store to buy reinforcements for the dojo, and Kasumi was cleaning up the kitchen. In the living room, Kasumi's dinner was set on the table. Someone that crept in unseen, stood over the table, performed some unseen task, and left silently. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Shampoo bicycled along the walls and rooftops of Nerima, full of mind-altering drug-spiced ramen in hand. She was happy. She thought Ranma is finally going to take her on a date today. With mind-boggling accuracy, she rocketed her bicycle off the roof and into the Tendu's dining room. She finally brought the bike to a stop and looked around, and noticed exactly what Ranma was doing. She screamed, asterisk 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 high above Nerima. Ryouga ran, eyes full of tears, fists clenched, and a pained expression on his face. Akane was several blocks behind, calling out to Ryouga and wondering who he was running and who he was running from. She couldn't keep up to Lai's pace and soon lost track of him. Ryouga finally ran out of steam. He fell to his knees and started punching the pavement in frustration. Someone walked up to him, Ukyou Kwanji. Ryouga, by chance, had stopped at near her store. She asked him what was wrong. He turned away from her, fists clenched. Then he told her. She looked stunned, walked back to her store, shut the door, and hung up the "We're closed" sign. Nearby, a turn right sign suddenly jumped around as if it was incredibly happy. It bounded into the store. It flew out much faster, followed by a flurry of small, very sharp throwing spatulas. Asterisk 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 the Ukyou family ninja bounded into the Ukyou residence. Direct into the room of Tatewaki Ukyou. Nearby, Kodachi eavesdropped on the conversation. Bowed before Kuno, and spoke. Something rare happened. Tatewaki Ukyou was angered beyond speech. He opened and closed his mouth like a goldfish and rattled his book and, elsewhere, an enraged Kodachi raced into the night, armed with a ribbon and a large metal mallet. Asterisk 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 nowhere. Entities were swirling in a place not quite existing, debating undergoing amongst themselves. I sense the potential in him. Yes, the time of his decision is near. This is the next great image. So far his life has not been much, has it? What if he goes mad? The consequences could be disastrous. Every great image goes through growing pains. He is not very stable. He has been trying for so long, has he not? Yes, but he seems to be stuck on paper dolls. Why are we talking like this? Like how? Like this? I have no idea. Asterisk 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 the Titanic Dojo Destroyer had finally found a part of a little-known but very much feared school of martial arts. This, he felt, would be his first step in recovering from that disaster in the Tendu Dojo, where he first met defeat. He was depressed for months, until finally he dedicated himself once more to training and had sought out a suitable challenge. He stood in the dojo, examining his opponent. His adversary was young, arrogant, and overdressed. The Dojo Destroyer would have fun crushing Phase 1. Are you ready? The Dojo Destroyer rumbled. Sure. The young man grinned. 1 minute later the young man was standing confidently, untouched, while the Dojo Destroyer was out cold. A scar burned across his chest. The young man turned his back to the destroyed destroyer, sneering. Next. Equals and preludes equals. The hardest thing in life to learn is which bridge to cross and which to burn. Anonymous part I it's the end of the world as we know it and I feel fine evening. September the sun set on another dull Nerima day. Through tired eyes, a sad figure in a restaurant watched the setting sun, relieved another day was off and wondering how many more he could take. The grim demeanor he cast today was the after-effects of one of the most unexpected and traumatic events of his life. It had been a couple of months since his life went to hell, and yet he still hurt as if it was just yesterday. He closed his eyes, and hoped that maybe he could pass through some more hours unconsciously. Soon enough, he'd achieved his goal. Hey, Ryouga, you awake? Ryouga snored, asleep, and drowned in his own personal hell of memories of past events. Asterisk. He stepped out of the house accidentally one day while looking for the bathroom, and when he managed to get back to the dojo a week later Akane herself dropped the bomb on him. She greeted him with a warm hug. How could he have known anything bad would happen after a warm hug? Hey, Ryouga, she said, where have you been? I missed you. Ryouga was beyond stunned and suddenly high on bliss. Well, I, was in some place. Lots of sand. I really wanted you to be here, she said. Ryuga's mind was tripping out with happiness. He might have achieved terminal nirvana if she didn't stop with the affection. Oh, Akane. You'll never guess what happened. Mr. Tendu won the lottery. Nope. Ranma finally left. Guess again. Suppose I died. Wrong again. I'm getting married. What? What? Me and Ranma. We finally decided to go through with the engagement. Or anime? Ryouga went cold. Wow, when did you two? Surprised? She asked. Surprise would be an understatement. He was in shock. The high dosages of bliss were soon replaced with lethal doses of angst. He proceeded to stand there as Akane went into detail on the day that Ranma officially proposed to her, and how they celebrated the event happily, and how they decided they were going to be married after they finished high school, and how Mr. Tendu and Mr. Sodom had quickly thrown out a surprise shampoo. She didn't notice Ryouga flinching every now and then after one of her happy giggles and sighs. Akane? Ryouga asked, looking serious, taking her hand. Tell me, are you happy? With Ranma, I mean. Quietly, she replied, yeah, I really am. I didn't think we'd even get on this point, but I love him. You didn't eat any weird spices, did you? Get hit on the head? No, silly. I really want to do this. And, there's nobody else you Never mind. Ryouga sighed, put on his best I'm happy for you face and looked at Akane. Congratulations Akane. I'm happy for you. Akane gave another big hug, which didn't help Ryuga's mental state at all. With Ranma as his main competition for Akane's heart, Ryouga felt he was sure to win. After all, Ranma treated her badly all the time and Ryouga always was so nice to her. He just couldn't imagine Ranma winning Fi's race. But he did. Thanks Ryouga, that means a lot to me. Let me go see congratulate the groom. He stepped out of the embrace. Where is our Ranma? He's out getting something for Kasumi. Are you okay? You look a bit pale. I single quote lol just go look for him. See you later, Akane. Ryouga ran out, wandering the city. Ryouga went back one more time. He just had to know. He had to make sure she was really alright. Maybe she was being forced to act this way by Ranma. Maybe she accidentally ate Shampoo's mind-altering ramen. Maybe got possessed by a spirit or something. Weird things happened in Nerima. He hid near the Tendu dojo, waiting for Ranma to show up. Ranma walked down the street whistling a happy tune. His defenses clearly lowered a lot, which was very unusual for Ranma. Ryouga sprang up, surprised Ranma, and grabbed him by the neck. Damn you, showed him. Ryouga, I see you've heard the news. Ryouga looked straight into Ranma's eyes. Damn it, no lies now. Did she really see yes? Yes. Ryouga loosened his grip. She didn't eat a spiced shampoo dish meant for you. Remember, she isn't possessed by a spirit again, is she? No. They stood there, frozen. Actually, Ryouga was standing there frozen, Ranma was being held by the neck so he couldn't move much anyways. Do you really love her? Yes. Ryouga started to glow with key powers surrounding him. Nobody moved. Time slowed down. Ryouga cast an angry glare. Get this straight, he said. Take good care of her, alright? If you ever hurt her, he closed his eyes, I'll kill you. He yelled, flinging Ranma over the fence and into the Tendu pond. Damn him, Ryouga thought bitterly. The days following this dramatic event had Ryouga reeling. He was notably lost in location but in mind. He wandered aimlessly. There were several times when he saw her. Or he thought he saw her. Ryouga's heart couldn't take it, and so, whenever he even thought she was nearby, Ryouga ran away as fast as he could. He didn't have much left in the world to look forward to. Ryouga still had that old grudge against Ranma to settle, but killing him might break Akane's heart. No matter what, Ryouga valued her happiness. He lost his love, a bright angel in his otherwise miserable life. She was his only source of hope and happiness. He lost his honorable duel, which fueled him through thousands of miles on foot, across land and sea. The thirst for revenge gave him a purpose in life, an honorable and noble quest. Nobody to love, nobody to kill, he'd lost everything. Life sucked. Excuse me, Earth to Ryouga. He tried not to think about it, really he did. Thinking about the whole situation was hazardous. The two hazardous things about Ryouga Hibiki are his talent and his state of mind. His talent was the ability to release an incredibly powerful blast-off ki. Unlike other martial artists who focus their ki by mere concentration or a mantra, his ki was generated by depression. Ryouga's state of mind was depression. He was depressed during roughly 70% of his day, and 80% of his nights. It was really amazing that Ryouga grew up to be so healthy and strong instead of, for example, like Gosenkuji. Whenever he aspires passed by the Nerima district or Ryouga wandered near them, they felt suddenly suicidal. That's how depressed Ryouga was on an average day. Deep in sleep, he growled. He saw the images of the past few weeks before him. He envisioned Ranma, happy and triumphant before him, just too damn arrogant, gloating over his countless victories over Ryouga. The king of Guy Ryouga loved to blast to hell. In a low voice, he rumbled double quotes Shishi Ukyou, asterisk wham asterisk K. Snap out of it. Ryouga, head flattened by a titanic spatula, woke up. What? Ryouga, buddy, snap out of it. You were gonna blow up the restaurant. Ukyou, give me a break. I haven't blasted anything since last week. Ryouga, you can see me, right? Clearly, yeah. The sun set a few minutes ago. So, Ryouga wondered what her problem was. Ukyou was getting awfully eager to use that spatula lately. Is the room dark? No. Wait a minute. Why aren't the light bulbs on? Ryouga, look at yourself. Oh. Am I flaring up again? Excuse me a moment. I'll be outside. Ukyou Kwanji watched as Ryouga walked, in a manner not unlike a zombie, come out the door and ki blasted his depression into the sky. That idiot. Why do I put up with him? Several gazed birds suddenly fell onto the roof of Ukyou's. They had been unexpectedly shot down by a ki blast of angst. She sighed, watching him slouch back into the restaurant. At times like this she wondered why she even bothered to help him out. It was a while back, a little after she found out that Ranma and Akane were Azurayus, and Ranma and her wasn't meant to be. Ukyou walked, actually wandered around the streets of Nerima in a daze. Ronshin, why? Why not me? I thought. It had been several days since Ranma made his announcement, officially becoming an item with Akane and declaring all his other engagements void. Why? She cried. Of course. She didn't like doing that. It made her feel weak, and that was another thing that she didn't like. Damn you. She begged him to change his mind. She yelled at him in anger for betraying her like he had, and she walked away feeling foolish, betrayed, and so very much alone. So, when does the pain stop? She asked herself. She decided to close down the shop for a couple of days. Her emotional state was ruining her cooking technique. Staying in the house was all she could bear to do, at first, but the depression caught up to her, and she decided to wander. Just wander. No particular place in mind, really. Maybe it would help her forget. So, she thought, maybe this is the real reason Ryouga is lost so much. She laughed bitterly at her own joke as she walked by shops, markets, business offices, and just kept on moving. A tear formed in her eye. Damn it, she thought. I am not gonna go to pieces over a guy. I'm not. I'm. Hey, you. Get a move on. Go away. Ukyou snapped out of her haze. I know that voice, she thought. That's nearby. In an alley, an officer was standing angrily over a ragged, dirty, unkempt, and apparently drunk Ryouga. Oh man, she thought, he looks like a wreck. An idiot. Officer. I know this guy. I'll take care of it, she said, rushing offer to them. The officer turned, examined her, and said, you'd better get him out of here, right now. We've been getting complaints. Sorry that he's a bother, sir. Come on, Ryouga, let's go. She pulled him to his feet, put his arm around her shoulder, and together they staggered away. Ryouga, not in much shape to do anything, didn't, as Ukyou helped him stagger some blocks away. After some distance, his brain finally kicked in and decided to find out what was going on. As far as he could tell, he was in a commercial neighborhood, with Ukyou helping him walk. What? Ukyou. What you doing? Come on, stupid. Let's get you cleaned up. Don't wanna. What the hell are you doing to yourself? You stupid jerk. You're gonna get yourself in trouble. Shut up. Ukyou stopped. What did you say? Golly, damn it. She angrily grabbed Ryouga by the collar. Listen up, you idiot. While you keep this up, I will leave you out here on the street to rot. If it weren't for the fact that we're friends, I'd kick your ass right now, G.O.D. Now stop holding up the attitude and snap out of it. Ryouga blinked, then snarled. Please, listen up, why you bitch. Ukyou's fist clenched. She started to do that blue glowing bit that Akane did so well. Ryouga, ignoring her flaring battle aura, continued, I don't need while you hurry GLP. I don't need anybody. Got that? Leave me alone. You jackass. She looked around for something to hide Ryouga with, and picked up a nearby bucket full of water. CLANG asterisk splash asterisk wee. She blinked in surprise. P-chan. She picked up the squealing, snarling piglet with the yellow bandana. You're P-chan? P-chan glared at her. She started shaking, covering her mouth. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. Oh, this is funny. She continued giggling, with Chan still held up by his bandana. He squealed angrily and tried to get loose. Say, I wonder what Akane'll think if she finds out, eh? BWA. BWA. Calm down. I'm just joking. She patted P-chan on the head. He settled down, but still looked angry. Come on, Biggie, let's get out of here. She couldn't wipe the smirk off her face. No wonder Ranchan kept on calling Ryouga P-chan. Fa. Then she remembered Ranma and her mood crashed back down. See single quote mom comma big hyphen boy, stop squirming. P-chan stopped struggling and settled into a biggish sort of grumpiness. After he sobered up, Ryouga didn't mind Ukyou's offer of help and refuge. She was one of the few people Ryouga considered as a friend. After all, she had helped him on several occasions to try to win over Akane. The other friends of his were either people he didn't want to come into contact with Akane and Ranma, or were living with residues Diopla and his situation with shampoo and cologne. Ukyou set up the Ikabukans to serve as a room for Ryouga, with big friendly plumbing added by him. She didn't mind Ryuga's presence just as long as he helped out at the restaurant. Besides, she was scared that his self-destructive habits would run wild if someone didn't watch out for him. She was every bit as surprised as Ryouga was about Ranma's decision, maybe even more. Before the news, she was confident that in the end, she single quote do win Ranma's heart. She believed she was cuter than Akane, less psycho than her other competitors for Ranma, could cook better than any of them too, and knew Ranma for the longest time. She, as did the other fiancés, put up much protest and property damage when they found out about his decision. For the first time, Ranma actually showed a little backbone when dealing with the female furies, which sent Kodachi and Shampoo over the edge and into a kind of fatal attraction behavior. Like the rest, Ukyou cared more about how Ranma felt as well, and was the first to surrender to her loss after much stomping around with her battle spatula and strongly resisting the urge to begin some serious property damage. She even sent a congratulations card. It didn't change the fact that she was devastated. Maybe as much as Ryouga. However, Ukyou was never one to stand still. She was determined to get on with her life. Her personality had obtained a slightly hard edge to it in dealing with recent events, but she felt she was dealing with it far better than certain other girls. Chinese Amazons are a very unstable lot. Take for example a certain purple-haired Chinese Amazon known as Shampoo. At the moment she was behind her store, the Nakoyadan, armed with a sword and practicing on straw dummies. When she had found out Ranma had proposed to Akane, Shampoo had accidentally bite crashed her way into the moment he was proposing to Akane. She wasn't sad. ****, she wasn't filled with angst. ****, oh no, not her. Shampoo was _mad_. It has been said that hell hath no fury like that of a woman spermed. Whoever coined this phrase possibly met a Chinese Amazon, and may have even married one. The source of her aggravation was indeed from being spermed. It had set off a mixed set of emotions within her. Shampoo had come to actually hate Ranma. She didn't stop loving him, but she also hated him at the same time. For a while, she had gone on a violent streak, which had done nothing for her except turn her a court order to stay away from the Tendersons for a short time. In between the love and the hate, a sort of "he don't care anymore" mentality was growing, but not fast enough to prevent the anger from slowly and surely heating up over time. Sooner or later it would boil over. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, her great-grandmother Cologne was cooking duck food and contemplating her dilemma. She had that great-granddaughter married to a strong warrior, and Ranma was the first to be able to defeat Shampoo. Unfortunately, Sodom had made his choice, and it wasn't Shampoo. Furthermore, he had found a point of leverage when he discovered that their residence in Japan was not exactly legal and angrily threatened Akane with deportation if she or Shampoo had put any more extreme measures to pressure him into marrying Shampoo or made any threat on Akane. Cologne suspected Nabiki Tendu's hand in this treachery, since Ranma certainly was never clever enough to come up with such a plan. However, such a threat made against her was a grievous insult, and Cologne was beginning to resent the tremendous lack of it she had always gotten from Ranma. Sure, he was a strong fighter, but he was too smart for his own good sometimes. Cologne hadn't written off the idea of ensnaring Ranma yet. She just stopped putting pressure on him for the moment. It was time to get a backup plan. She couldn't return to China and allow Shampoo to come home to us in dishonor. Cologne was determined that Shampoo would find a husband in Japan before ever setting foot in China again. On the roof of the Nakfuanden, Muse was watching the stars come out. Muse felt like he was one lucky duck. At last, there were no more rivals for Shampoo's heart. The only things that stood in his way now were that old ghoul Cologne and Shampoo herself, but that would not be enough to stop him. Muse stood up and rang out his new battle cry, "You will be mine, Shampoo. Oh yes, you will be mine. Yay, Alone in the family garden, Cakewalkie Ukyou stood, looking at the ready practice targets around him. Ukyou was one of a long line of kendo masters, and his arrogant behavior served to remind everyone of that fact. He had been, until a year ago, the undefeated kendo champion of Furinkanhai. Undefeated, that is, until the evil sorcerer Ranma had come to town. Using various black arts he had thwarted Ukyou on various occasions. Ukyou went to extremes in finding ways to defeat Sodom. Him and his ninja spied on the Tendu residents frequently. He had allied himself with an incompetent mage that played with dolls too much and wrinkled old trolls with bizarre abilities. He had even gone through an extremely hazardous training technique which had indeed improved his mighty skills even more but had temporarily left him with amnesia and had permanently installed the reflex to slice nearby watermelons with blazing speed, accuracy, and uneven slices. What would drive a man to such extremes? Primarily, it was his extreme obsession with Akane Tendu and the pig-tailed girl. Akane was the girl whose heart he had long chased after. Akane was like a goddess of war, strong, unconquerable, and beautiful. The big-tailed girl was a mysterious figure. She was to him a modern-day Venus, strong in vitality and beauty. The Kursodome had time and again dared to stand in Kunyu's way in his quest to win the hearts of these two women. Anyone who knew Kunyu wasn't surprised that he decided to chase her from both. He was always in extremes. Kunyu was extremely enraged when he heard the news that Sodome had the gall to claim his engagement to Akane was now official. His rather limited reasoning capacity would not allow for the possibility of Akane being his. However, there was a spark of intelligence within Kunyu's mind which realized something. If Ranma was truly to dedicate himself to Akane only, that would mean the big-tailed girl would not be free. More than ever before, Kunyu was extremely fixed on the big-tailed girl. This point was emphasized by the 4-meter-tall poster of her hanging from his ceiling. Now that Akane's poster was down, there was more room. The price of big-tailed girl photos from Nebiki had tripled in price, and Kunyu did not even raise a hint of protest. Another hint of his mania was the 20-page love note he was in the middle of writing. Kunyu's sister, Kodachi, would normally be somewhere in the house cooking intentionally toxic food or scheming to assassinate Akane to run-of-the-mill wicked sister stuff. Unfortunately, she violated the court order restricting her from going anywhere near the Sodomes or Tentus. The phone rang. Kunyu's eyes widened. Sasuke. Halt! Sasuke appeared suddenly before him. Master Kunyu? Don't answer the phone. But Master, what if it's Mistress Kodachi? Have you no ears, man? Do not answer the phone. Do you understand? Yes, Master. Kunyu breathed a sigh of relief. The phone rang on. He let the answering machine pick it up. / greetings. You have indeed reached the sanctuary of the great and noble Kunyu family. Alas, we are unable to respond to your calls at the moment, so please leave my name, phone number, and the message which you wish to impart upon our ears after the tone. Thank you. ****. Hello? Brother dear? Sasuke? Daddy? Is anyone there? Kunyu could have nailed her out, but why bother? It wasn't that he wasn't close to his sister. He was, in a sense, ever since the time their father had abandoned them both for a long vacation in Hawaii. It was just that it had been so long since the Kunyu house was so peaceful, and Tatewaki had just discovered this really good takeout restaurant. Gosankuzi hauled a big stack of books into his room and carefully organized them. These books were at an old bookstore, one of those dust-type kinds that you only find in the out-of-the-way places. Gosankuzi had heard of a rumor about some magical books there, and so without hesitation he tracked down the store, and sure enough, there was a shelf dedicated to magic. The owner had warned that messing with magic could be dangerous, but Gosankuzi didn't care. After all, life was risk. There was one book. one book that seemed to beckon to him. He heard whispers in his head when he just looked at it. It spooked him. Gosankuji wasn't one to try overwhelming projects, and that particular book, he felt, was something he shouldn't mess with until I got the thing with the paper dolls figured out properly. He thumbed through several other books until he found an interesting spell. HM. The Supernatural Assassin. He mumbled. Summons the spirit Toki, the person who you wish eliminated. The summoned spirit may take on the appearance of the summoner, but no other unusual effects known. Gosankuji sat there. He thought about it. Heck, why not? He mumbled, and read the instructions. He put several candles on his head, drew a circle on the floor, and began chanting, Forces of darkness, lords of shadows, bring me a spirit to kill the source of my sorrows. He sighed. That was an incredibly stupid rhyme. It would be a miracle if he didn't end up offending some otherworldly spirit with his prose. He laughed at the thought of hell on earth being released by really bad poetry. Outside, the winds blew harder, thunder rumbled. From within, Gosankuji's candles flickered out. He looked at the circle in anticipation. Suddenly, he heard a voice, a deep demonic voice. We're sorry. All spiritual assassins are currently under union strike and are unavailable for service. We hope to settle our differences with management soon and return to duty. Until then, leave your name, phone number, and address, and we'll send a representative to you immediately after the negotiations are done. Have a nice day. Gosankuji sighed. He kneeled in front of the circle, treating it like a rather large phone. Hello? I'm Ikaru Gosankuji. My number is ***** outside. A gentle drizzle had just begun to fall, darkening the skies and making travel undesirable by Jais and Ukyou challenged folk. In the Tendu household it was a typical day. Ranma, Panda and Sound were playing their infinite rounds of shogi, Kasumi was cooking in the kitchen, and Nebiki was talking to her squad of assistants on the phone. Ranma was sitting, watching television, with Akane leaning on his side. This wasn't typical. If this was a preview of married life, it wasn't bad. Not bad at all. It was a big surprise to many that Akane and Ranma liked each other at all. Most people who saw Akane and Ranma together usually saw the pair yelling at each other and Ranma running away from a well-armed Akane. There were several times when Akane was almost lost to him. Being sick-headed as he was, it took all of those several times when she was taken by that Kirin guy, that Toma guy, almost getting dumped for that Shinoju guy, etc. The list goes on. For him to finally realize exactly why he was fighting so damn hard any time Akane got in trouble. He really did care about her. And one day he realized how short life was and thus proposed to her and she happily responded with a yes. At least, that's how he thought it went. Since the engagement was made official, they'd gotten along much better. They both thought it probably had something to do with their little post-engagement celebration, But this isn't that kind of a story, so details aren't needed, and it would be sufficient to say that their relationship took at least one step forward. She'd only pulled him through the roof once since then, and that was a big improvement from before. Not only that, but no more badgering from his dad or Mr. Tendu. However, that didn't mean all was well in Nerima. The major threat of massive property damage was increased from its already very high levels. Ukyou had stepped up the frequency and ferocity of his attacks, as well as increasing his wooing of Akane and especially of the big-tailed girl. Ranma was especially worried about Ryouga. He knew that Ryuga's ki blasts were fueled by depression, and he was afraid one day he'd wake up to see a mega Shishiha cloud wiping out the entire city. Hey, Ranma, you notice that Ryuga's been hanging out at Ukyou's lot lately? Akane asked, slightly derailing Ranma's line of thought. Well, yeah. You think Ryouga and Ukyou are, The thought had occurred to them before that those two might have read something together, but they hadn't thought of it since that disastrous passation to the Cave of Lost Loves. Ukyou and Ryouga? Ryouga and Ukyou? Either way, it didn't sound too bad at all. Well, Akane continued, I think they'd make a sweet couple. HM. You think so? Hey, how about we do a little matchmaking? Ryuga's always seemed so lonely. Why Ryouga, that sly little pig. Him and Ukyou, eh? That wouldn't be bad at all. Why not? Ranma knew that despite their rivalry, Ryouga was an honorable guy. Very loyal to people too. Besides, if Ryouga got a girlfriend, it would be like defusing a nuclear warhead. And if that girlfriend was Ukyou, then there's two potential problems solved with everyone happy. There was still the problem with Shampoo, and he knew that the current solution to that problem wouldn't work in the long run. He immediately thought of Mthus, and possibly coming up with a plan later. But then again, he didn't think too highly of Mthus's intelligence, so his enthusiasm was limited. Speaking of pigs, I wonder where P-chan went. It's been a month, I'm getting worried. He'll be alright. He always comes back, right? Ranma wrote a mental note to himself. By small black pig ASAP. Get bandana from Ryouga. Akane snuggled closer to Ranma. Hey, Ranma, what do you want for dinner? Kasumi hasn't planned anything yet. Akane smiled proudly and said, I'm cooking tonight. Akane, he said, holding her close, looking deeply into her eyes. She felt his breath on her lips, his hands on her shoulders. She leaned forward so her forehead was touching his. Yes, she whispered. We're going to be married soon, I don't wanna die. He smiled. She blinked and gave him a light peck on the lips and then a swift elbow to the gut. Jerk, she said with a smile, resuming her previous position leaning against him. Now, I'm not saying that your cooking hasn't improved, said Ranma. Akane smiled. I'm just saying that it's still incredibly bad. Akane examined the new sunlight that she added to the roof. When will he learn to keep his big mouth shut? Me and my big mouth, Ranma groaned, taking the scenic route _high above Nerima. Off he went, hit by the drizzle and transformed into a girl, over the Tentus, past Furankin High, via up there. At the rate she was going, it looked like Akane was going to tie her record for distance. Seems like Akane hasn't lost her touch, eh? HM. At let's say, speed, trajectory. I ought to be landing really far, Tony. As Ranma flew past the Nakoyadan, she spotted something. Oh, wait, what was that down there? Hey, it's Moose. Haven't seen him in a while. Guess I'll say hi. He moved on to say. Moose looked around from under his umbrella. He adjusted his glasses. He looked around again. Cloudy skies and still streets greeted his eyes. Strange, he muttered to himself. Now I'm hearing things. Asterisk. There was a room. Actually, it was more like a garage. Strewn on the floor were various mechanical bits, wrenches, ratchets, bolts, some oil spots, and miscellaneous stains from working with large mechanical items. On the walls were various blueprints and sketches. A Mishima Heavy Industries calendar was hung there as well, opened up to Miss June in the cockpit of a Poison One assault hoverjet. Supported by various metal frames were several strange items, such as a large potted plant, a park bench, a turn left sign, a trash can, and a large sign. Out from under the turn left sign emerged what appeared to be a little blonde girl. This was, in fact, Tsubasa. He'd been making several dramatic improvements in the durability of his costumes. There were two major reasons why, really. First, Ukyou, his love of a lifetime, had a tendency to get very violent, and those disguises were not cheap to replace. Second, the crowd that she was a part of had a tendency to cause large explosions or other various disastrous effects, which also wrecked these costumes. Maybe in the short run, a ceramic armor mailbox or Aflonkus on turn left sign might be expensive, but in the long run, he felt it would pay off. Wham! Ranma crashed down into a pile of trash cans. She got up, brushed herself off, and promptly got slammed back into the trash cans by another fleeing, now crashing person. To be exact, it was a skinny, brown-haired teen. Ouch, the newcomer said. Damn it, I hate when Shinobu acts like thought. Get off me. Ranma muttered. Suddenly, the stranger stood up. Oh, sorry about that. Let me help you up. He helped Ranma up and they both began brushing themselves off. Hi there, Edurumorabasai. Sorry about that. Edurumorabasai. Hey, I've seen you on TV. Something about liens. Whatever it wasn't my fault. Yar. Sure. I'm Ranma Sodom. They shook hands. Eduru looked at Ranma carefully. Normally, he wouldn't hesitate to try and hit on a girl, or at least get in a cheap feel, and this girl was pretty cute. But something deep in Avaru's soul warned him that something was wrong. He hadn't had this feeling since he met that guy who dressed up like a girl. It couldn't be. She was just too cute. But his gut instinct was warning him, so he just had to ask. Say, you're a guy, aren't you? Avaru said. Yeah. Avaru was relieved that he listened to his instincts. What's with the sex change? I mean, I felt him when I landed on you. Those things are obviously not just cotton stuffed under a bra. Long story. Ranma muttered. Avaru figured maybe it was one of those weird sex change zapgans that those obnoxious aliens sometimes carry. They found out about those from personal experience. So, tell me, what were you doing in the garbage pile? Asked Avaru. My fiancé hit me. You're engaged to a violent man? Avaru asked. Remember, I'm engaged to a girl. Let me get this straight, said Avaru. No joke intended. But you go to sex change, and then got engaged to a girl? Is she? No. Are you? No. Okay. So, you've got a strong fiancé, huh? Yeah. Especially when she gets angry. Got me with an uppercut today. What happened to you? Ex-fiancé? Spinning toss. I'm familiar with that. Say, where am I anyways? I kinda lost track while flying out of the Furankan area. You're in the Tomobiki area right now. Suddenly, the crackling sound of electricity was heard around the corner. Darling, where are you? A feminine voice called out. Damn, it's her. Avaru yelled. Her? Your ex-fiancé? No, he replied. My wife. In a sense, she kinda forced herself on me. You know, the overly affectionate and deadly type. Yeah, I can sympathize. She a Chinese Amazon by any chance? Nope. Only an Ani devil. Look, I gotta get out of here. See you later. Bye. Ranma watched Avaru run down the street, shrugged, and went on her way. Asterisk at the side of the house, a person dressed all in black crept. He picked the back door lock. He crept in and closed the door behind him. Minutes passed. He crept back out, looking very puzzled, and walked into the night. And part 1 equals part I one more time equals Ryouga was having one of those days. Business was incredibly busy at Ukyo's, and it actually managed to drain his endurance. Then it was his turn to do the big cleanup, thanks to some overzealousness and a big umble in a poker game against Ukyou. Just when he'd finished washing dishes, he accidentally splashed himself with cold water. To add insult to injury, for some odd reason, that night was the night that the gas wasn't working. He was stuck as a pig, and it looked like it'd be that way for a while. It had obviously put him in an incredibly rotten mood, mainly because he remembered all those nights as a pig. With underscore. And finally, he couldn't find his way back to his room. Ryouga sighed, his big ears flopping in depression, and faded into unconsciousness. A moment later, through a groggy half-consciousness, he knew he was being held. It was a welcome feeling. Nobody had held him like this since Akane. Then he got whacked by something cold. Ukyou was running her father's cart, back out in the open road. She was confused. Didn't she own a restaurant? She shrugged off the feeling, since she just didn't have time for that. The line was long. In fact, it seemed never-ending. Yes, sir. May I take your order? Yes, sir. Hey, Pukan, it's me. Ukyou blinked. She peered closely. Ranshin? Hey. What'll it be? Deluxe pork okonomiyaki for me and my wife, he said with a smile, pulling Akane next to him seemingly out of nowhere. Why your wife? Hi, Pukan, said Akane. Ukyou winced at the sound of Akane calling her Ukan. Who did she think she was? Despite these feelings, she found herself smiling and nodding, waving hello. The sense of a loss of control angered her, as she watched herself pull out the ingredients. Ryouga woke up quickly with a loud squeal and looked around in a panic. Something was hitting him. Something was tossing him around. Ukyou struggled to get a grip on the okonomiyaki, but it kept on squirming off of her spatula. It started springing around, as if it was selling. Akane and Ranma frowned, looking at her in shame. Gosh, Pukan, said an amused Akane. What's wrong with your cooking, Tony? Yeah, said Ranma. It's just as bad as Akane's. Ukyou's face was in a panic as she tried to stop the okonomiyaki from squirming, while her ears were tortured by the sound of Ranma and Akane laughing at her. It's a temporary problem, really, said Ukyou weakly. I'll have it ready. I will. You know, Akane, said Ranma, I think she's as much a tomboy as there, maybe more. Yup, happily agreed Akane. Feeling a rush of panic, Ukyou looked at herself. There was something. Something _wrong_. Something wrong, Pukan? Asked Ranma. Ukyou blinked, then felt around her chest. It was alarmingly flat, definitely too flat. Oh no. No. Ranma blinked again. Hee, Pukan, you're a guy after all. Suddenly, everyone was laughing at Ukyou. Ranma, Akane, Ryouga, the other Timbos, the guys from high school, middle school, and elementary, everyone at her. Even the okonomiyaki was bouncing up and down. Stop moving. *WHAT*BWAEE. We. Ukyou's eyes opened and she stumbled back and forth unsteadily as she woke up. Standing in the kitchen. BWAEE. Huh? She rubbed her eyes and yawned. Oh. Ryouga. What are you doing in the kitchen? What am I doing in the kitchen? How'd I get her, eh? Ryouga snorted a bit and looked at her crossly. What did I do? Snort. I just don't understand you at all, you pig. Let's see about getting some hot water. Oh yeah, the gas is out. HM. She sat down, thinking of what to do. P-chan sat on his hindquarters and lowered his head, ears slumped down as well. Yeah, yeah, I know, but you just act you live with it tonight. Wondered P-chan. I had the weirdest dream, Ryouga, said Ukyou as she settled into a chair. I'll tell you about it later. Unable to sleep just yet, the chef and the pig stared idly out into the silent night streets. The next morning, bookings opened and eventfully for the early morning crowd. Opening at 5 in the morning was something Ryouga would rather not do, but it wasn't for him to say. He was grumpy, which was normal, although this morning there was a new source which fueled his irritation. "Good morning, Ryouga," said Ukyou. Ryouga grunted in acknowledgement and started arranging the tables and chairs. Ukyou blinked, then resumed cooking the orders for a few customers that were already waiting. There was something different in that grunt. Ryouga must, she assumed, be upset about something. Something bothering you. What happened last night? He asked in an irritated tone of voice. What do you mean what happened last night? You were slapping me around with your spatulas. You were cooking. Ryuga's face took on something of a sneer. I was doing it in my sleep, okay? It was an accident. Didn't you pull off eyes already? You hear that? One customer whispered to another. The lady likes it rough. Funny, I didn't think she was the type. So, what was the dream about? Asked Ryouga. Nothing, don't worry about it, answered Ukyou. Considering the way that Ryuga's mind worked, she should have seen the next comment coming from a mile away. But she didn't. It had something to do with Ranma, didn't it? At those words, Ukyou winked and gave Ryuga a mean glare. I had a dream about him, so what? She shot back. I don't understand what you ever saw in him, grumbled Ryuga. He was brave, and sweet, and listed Ukyou. He led you on. He lied to you. He was a freeloader. Calmly countered Ryuga. Oh, shut up, sniped Ukyou as she tossed out some okonomiyaki, taunting customers with ease and started on new ones. It's not like I or any better. What's that supposed to mean? Wondered Ryuga. Let's see, started Ukyou with a smirk on her face. One, she started, lifting a finger. You took advantage of Akane over and over. I did not. By sleeping in her bed as her pet. Don't you deny it. Ryuga hung his head low in shame. This, of course, gave the morning crowd even more to talk about. Boys, they're kinky. That boy is a love slave. What a pervert. Two, said Ukyou, lifting another finger. You're totally untrustworthy with a girl's heart. How many times did Ranshin make you fall for him? Don't remind me. If you were really faithful to Akane, it would never happen. Did you hear that? That boy has boyfriend and a girlfriend. Kids these days, all perverts. 3, said Ukyou, lifting another finger. You always picked a fight with Ranma for no reason at all. Ryouga blinked. No reason? There was plenty of reason. Thanks to him, I've dismissed Ukyou. Half the things you blame him for wouldn't have happened if you weren't so much of a jerk to begin with. Hey! Then there's your total lack of direction. That isn't my fault. Whatever. Ukyou tossed Ryouga a mean grin, while he shot back a beat off a glare. Then they both went back to work. You were as bad as me, he muttered. Excuse-me, yelled Ukyou. Ryouga pointed a finger at Ukyou. You heard me. I most certainly am not as bad as you were. Let's see. You were after Ranma too, for ruining your life. Wasn't that the reason? He pointed out. Thanks to him, you've seen hell. Hey, that's different than you ambushed Akane while you were pretending to train her once. Okay, there was that. Shut up already. I give up. Fa. Ryouga had the smirk of the righteous while Ukyou had the scowl of the one ticked off by the righteous. Still, don't see whatever you saw in Akane, muttered Ukyou. She was sweet, and gentle, and caring, said Ryouga, his eyes getting a bit glazed in sweet memory. She was violent, said Ukyou. Don't deny that. You underscore can single quote T-E-R. And she was short-tempered. Maybe she was, sometimes, murmured Ryouga. Her cooking was underscore terrible underscore. Well, yeah. And, wondered Ryouga. And she'd kill anyone that would tell her that, replied Ukyou. She was violent, short-tempered, cooked poison, and she was more manly than you. Look who's talking, the girl that Ranma thought was a guy for so long. Retaliated Ryouga. You're more of a tomboy than Akane. Ukyou fumed while Ryouga stuck his tongue out and bogged at her. Oh yeah. Roared Ukyou. Yeah. Shot back Ryouga. Is that so? Yelled Ukyou, putting her face right in front of Ryouga with the most angry expression she could muster. That's so. Snarled Ryouga. Well, at least I didn't give up so easily. Ryouga blinked. Give up? Yeah, give up. Did you ever tell Akane how you felt? No. You never had the guts. At least I tried my best with Ranshin. And your best wasn't good enough. So there. Fa. Why you? And right now you're exactly the same position as me. So a lot of good your best effort did, eh? Ryouga, you jackass. Ukyou pulled out a rubber spatula and swung in a manner that would make the baseball players of Japan proud. Ryouga was caught by the swing at full force, and flew off into the sky at standard martial artist altitude known as SMA, which is why the Nerima residents would often comment on events like this by saying, "Boy, he got smod. Asterisk lost again." If Ryouga wrote an autobiography, he figured that would be the title. His life nowadays was like his sense of direction, incredibly unclear. Clearly, there would have to be changes made in his lifestyle. For the first time, He thought about the future. With no immediate concerns such as a long-time rival or a love to pine over, he had not much else to think of. So he did what he usually did in times like this, which was wander aimlessly through Tokyo. He hoped it was still Tokyo and let fate control his destination. He had to go to school again. This much was clear. There weren't much prospects for an uneducated martial artist, really. Not in this day and age. He hadn't gone to school for quite a while, and he knew that he'd probably have to take some sort of test to determine where he belonged, given the odd circumstances of his lifestyle. Of course, this was Nerima, and Furinkin did indeed have contingency plans for situations such as his. After all, it wasn't uncommon that wandering martial artists pass by Nerima and suddenly need education. Ukyou was proof of it. After high school, he didn't know. He shrugged and decided to answer that question another day. With the burning issue of the minute resolved, his mind slinked back toward darker issues. In particular, Ukyou's words were nagging at him. It was incredibly embarrassing, the list of stupid things he did, and he hoped that he'd never do them again, or at the very least, if he did, that nobody would point it out to him. Then there was the matter of giving up. He had to admit, that was true. At least Ukyou told Ranma how she felt. Ryouga never managed anything close to that. Damn you. Ranma he thought sadly. And damn me. His mind was soon locked on that issue of giving in with a whimper instead of a bang, and by the time he walked by Hokkaido it lost buzzing in his head like flies on a corpse. Asterisk, it was nagging at her. She thought she'd killed this issue already, but Ryuga's words were surprisingly sharp to her, bringing back the old feelings. Ranchin was with a girl that was less understanding, less patient, less womanly, more tomboyish, more violent, and was the only person Ukyou knew that ever managed to cook primordial soup complete with budding new life forms. There was no way Ranchin could possibly be happier with her. It had to be a conspiracy or something. They pulled that trick on her once, trying to make her believe that Ranma and Akane really were getting along. Of course, last time it didn't work. They wouldn't be forcing Ranma to try that again, would they? No way. Asterisk, as sunset hit Japan, Ryouga was wandering back in the right city again. He didn't know he was ever in the wrong city. He just assumed parts of Tokyo suddenly became very rural. He really didn't notice this, however, due to his mind still occasionally echoing those nagging doubts. Finally, darkness covered the city, and this finally made Ryouga take a good look around. And when he did, he felt, at the very least, surprised. He was right at the gates of the Tendo Dojo. The last place I wanted to be at, he thought, looking miserable. Jerk. Idiot. Ryuga's eyes narrowed. That was Akane and Ranma. Fighting. He entered the gates cautiously and leapt into a nearby tree. From that vantage point, he had a perfect view of the main room. From that area, he could plainly see Akane having another yelling match with Ranma, although Ryouga was too far away to hear properly on what they were arguing about. An internal battle began to rage in earnest as he saw Ranma start yelling back at her in an even louder voice. She didn't deserve this, not Akane. He cursed Ranma repeatedly as the argument raged. Didn't he tell Ranma to treat her good? Didn't he? Ryouga could watch no longer, and was getting ready to join the fray and bludgeon Ranma into a pulp. Then there was silence. Ranma, looking a bit embarrassed, said a few quiet words to Akane, who was turned away and fuming. Then, she turned to him with a softened expression, and said a few quiet words of her own. They walked to each other slowly, muttering what apparently seemed like apologies, then joined in a hug. After a while, they talked again, their voices becoming light and carefree, then became more teasing as Ranma ran from Akane cheerfully, towards the dojo, and Akane chased after, laughing. Ryouga could feel the love. It was slowly drowning all his anger in a sickening flood of love, generated by the loving couple that had raced off. Ryouga knew what he'd just witnessed. It was true love. He felt tired. Revenge seemed a faraway thing. Anger was a distant echo. The time for fighting, he knew, was over. It was all over. Any dreams he had in the past, over. And he found himself almost ready to just quit. That moment of rare introspection was shattered as two feet slammed into Ryouga's scalp from above. Apparently, both parties were taken entirely by surprise, as they both scrambled, lost their grip on the tree and fell to the ground below. As each struggled to get up, Ryouga felt a solid asterisk clang asterisk on his head. Double quote Ryouga, you idiot. What are you doing here? Ukyou. Realizing that they were obviously making a lot of noise, the two scrambled up and into the night before Ranma or Akane came out of the dojo to check. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So, what were you doing there? Asked Ryouga. Just passing by, that's all, replied Ukyou. And you? Oh, yeah, same thing, same thing. They both sighed as they looked out of Ukyou's front window, gazing at what few stars were visible with all the city lights obscuring the night sky. Hey, Ukyou, could you help me join Furanken High? Join? She looked at him strangely. What do you mean, join? I wanna go back to school. Oh? Yeah. You might say I'm starting over. Me too, she said quietly. What? Nothing, nothing. We'll take care of it tomorrow, okay? Thanks, Ukyou. No problem, sugar. She stood up, yawned, and stretched. Oh well, guess I'll turn in for the night. Hey, Ukyou, said Ryouga, his face looking a bit tense. What now? I'm sorry about what I said today. Oh. She hadn't been thinking of that, and really forgot about it until he brought it up. Her mind was still somber from what she'd seen at the Tendo residence. Watching those two, It was hard for her to take Kama, but it was clear that they were in love. Her dream was dead, long dead, and she realized she'd best start moving along in life. It didn't make it any easier to be around Ranma, and her feelings for him didn't just change instantly, but it was, in her mind, a small step towards moving on. It was also a good idea to not make any more enemies, and with that in mind, I'm sorry too, Ryouga. See you later. Ukyou left for her room, leaving Ryouga in the darkness, staring out at the infinite night sky. The world was indeed a cold and lonely place, and big too. Science could back him up on this fact, since a great majority of outer space was cold enough to be lethal to most life forms on the Earth. At the moment, however, Ryouga was just thinking along philosophical lines. Ukyou? He said quietly. Ukyou was about to close her door when she heard Ryouga call out, desperately. Ukyou? Ukyou? Where are you? Hearing the desperation in his voice, she quickly rushed out and found him still out in the storefront. Ryouga, she said, rushing to him. You okay? Yeah. He looked distinctly embarrassed. What? Hey, what's bothering you? Could you show me where my room is? I can't seem to find it, and I don't wanna end up sleeping on the floor here again. This is what he was shouting about. Now where's that spatula? Clang, idiot. Clang, clang, don't scare me like that. Ow! Cut it out, you violent maniac. Clang, END part 2 part I Ryouga the girl magnet. Evening, near the end of summer, back at Ukyou's. Ryouga had just finished helping Ukyou close down the store. He locked up the doors and headed to the back area of Ukyou's for what had become a nightly habit for both of them. Alright then, Ryouga said, a smile growing on his face, let's get started. If there was one thing that brought out a little sense of fun in him lately, it was these nightly sessions with Ukyou. Ryouga admitted to himself that he was still a bit inept at it. Usually, it was him that ended up having to do the work. He always had to put on some protective gear. If it broke, it was going to be a fairly annoying situation to say the least. It also made him a little tired. At first, he was somewhat inept, enough so to make Ukyou whop him at times, but he was getting better at it. Sure, he ended up doing all the work, but seeing how it cheered up Ukyou made him feel better. And if he played his cards right tonight, she'd be the one having to work hard. Oh my, Ukyou taunted, feeling lucky tonight. Ukyou enjoyed this nightly ritual as well. She'd normally rather have Ranma here, but she wasn't sure she was ready to face him again without a major emotional breakdown. Besides, it was nice to see Ryouga cheer up a bit, even if he usually ended up doing all the work. Ukyou turned around, bent forward a bit, opened a drawer, and took out a small package. She smiled wickedly and turned to face Ryouga. Okay, the game's poker, 7-card draw, ace is wild. Loser cleans the dishes and the grill. Asterisk 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 Ikarugo's Sunkuzi glanced nervously out at the night. He hadn't been resting well ever since the time he tried to summon an assassin spirit. Exactly why this was so eluded him. Shouldn't that have made him feel better? For once, his magics had actually managed to work and he had made contact with the other side. Well, at least he managed to leave a message on the automated reply system anyways. Still, he felt nervous and edgy. Recently, he had a nightmare where he was looking rather healthy and handsome, and suddenly ran into an angry and demonic version of himself, looking like it came straight out of hell. That was silly, he thought. If that stupid supernatural assassin came through anyways, he should be able to have some control of it, right? He drew up the magic circle once again, tied candles to his head, and bent down to speak into the circle. Hello? He meekly said. Supernatural assassins, may I help you? Said the soothing voice. Probably one of a succubus, he thought. Well, yes, I'd like to cancel a previous order. Cancel? He could almost hear the demonics blinking. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The week after, it was once again closing time at Ukyou's. Ryouga couldn't take it anymore. The same damn routine, day in, day out. Wake up, feel sorry for himself for a couple of hours while working as a waiter, eat some okonomiyaki, wallow in angst, eat some okonomiyaki sleep. The card games were nice, but he feeling cooped up. He was beginning to wonder if he was becoming a nuisance to Ukyou. He was also beginning to get a little sick of okonomiyaki, but he felt he'd be killed by Ukyou if he revealed that little fact. He needed to get out, that's what he needed. Hey, Ukyou, wanna go out? This threw Ukyou off a bit. Go out? Well, Ryouga didn't notice her fidgeting. He was wrapped up thinking about his own problems. Yeah, see a movie or something. I just gotta break out of this routine. You're right, I should get on with my life. I can't fight in here forever, right? Ukyou wasn't sure what to say. It felt good to see Ryouga finally shake out of his slump. She guessed that maybe she just got used to having depressed Ryouga around, and this new direction Ryouga was a surprise. Besides, if you don't guide me around, I'll be lost for weeks, Ryouga said, smiling at his own joke. He used to really deny that his sense of direction was lousy. He wondered why. Ukyou smiled warmly. Yeah, sure. Let's get out of here. Looks like you are getting your sense of humor back, Ryouga. She thought. Ukyou looked at Ryouga and she imagined what he'd be like without the bandana. And maybe with a big tail, and some dental work, and a red Chinese shirt. Hey, Ukyou, I'm not too much of a bother, am I? I mean, me staying free for the past few months. No, Mumber, I'm glad you're here, Ukyou answered. I really needed the help around here, she said, smiling. She looked at Ryouga and thought about somebody else. Good, he replied. He saw her smile and it reminded him of some O'Neills too. October. Monday morning. It was the school season. It was a potential disaster in body counts and property damage, Ranma thought. His engagement to Akane was well known, but everyone also knew he didn't plan on carrying out the wedding. It wasn't exactly common knowledge that they'd finally gotten serious about it, and he didn't know how his many rivals would react. So far, nobody had taken any action, but the word was spreading across school slowly. The Ken Club, the Akane Tendu Stormtroopers, Tatewaki Kunyu Kamago Sankuzi Hikaru, Ryouga, all those nuisances out there waiting and ready to blow up. Ranma thought he'd spotted Gosankuzi earlier, except that he was looking a bit taller and carried himself rather arrogantly. Also, Ranma was surprised Gosankuzi was in a suit. Maybe Gosankuzi was going for a fee-swayed romantic tactic in order to win Akane over. It was hard to imagine him as anything like that. Kunyu had rallied the forces of his kendo club, and rumor was that there was going to be a massive ambush on Ranma at the end of the day. However, the news of the day was when he found out that Ryouga had joined the ranks of Furankan High. Ranma was going through the halls when he spotted what he thought was Ryouga. Yup, there's the bandana, the Mega Smasher umbrella, but that was the school uniform he was wearing. Feeling that this merited further observation, he looked more carefully and spotted Ukyou walking with him, yanking him in another direction whenever he seemed to be veering off course. They went to a schoolroom. Ryouga went in and she waved goodbye. This, to Ranma, looked interesting. He ran up to Ukyou and they had a general how's the weather conversation. Topics such as the restaurant is doing great Kodachi is still in jail, and you got a court order on Shampoo too, were widely discussed. Finally, Ranma got to the point. Was that Ryouga I just saw with you? Yeah. He's going to Furankan High now. Really? Hope he doesn't try to kill me. Oh. Don't worry about it, Ranshin. He's been kinda calm about it. It took a month for him to stop radiating ki accidentally, but he's almost back to normal. What made him decide to start school? Ranma asked. He said something about getting on with his life. Ranma thought. Speaking of getting on with life. Ukyou, how are you? I mean, are you? Ukyou put on her best artificial smile. Come on, stop worrying about me. Suddenly she leaned on him. Or, are you still interested in me? She tilted her head on his shoulder and batted her eyelashes. Ranma stumbled back a bit. No. I mean, Hey, just kidding, just kidding. She stepped away. Deep inside Ukyou's subconscious voice muttered, not married yet, not married yet. Then Ranma ever so gently, as gently as only Ranma could, slipped in the topic of Ukyou maybe being interested in Ryouga. So, Ukan, dating Ryouga? Asterisk clang asterisk, arg. Sorry. Get this spatula off of me. Asterisk rip asterisk, what do you mean? Me dating Ryouga. Well, hasn't he been living with you? Yeah. For several months. So what? And now he's going to the same school as you. Wait just a minute. And I'm seeing you walking him to his classes. It's his lousy sense of and you to walk together all the time, right? How romantic. He'll bore Ukyou a bit. Asterisk clang asterisk, it's his lousy sense of direction, you idiot. Ouch. Sorry, just teasing ya. Get this thing off me. Asterisk rip asterisk, seriously, Putin, maybe me and him don't get along, but he is a nice guy. Really loyal. Very honorable. You should think about it. Yeah, right. By the way, Putin, Ranma asked, mind if me and Akane came by to rest around later? She wants to get some cooking tips from you. This expression suddenly became desperate. Please say yes. Fine, whatever. She mumbled. HM. I said, yeah, come on over. Walking away, Ukyou was thinking about things. Well, she quietly said to herself, maybe I've lost a fiancé, but at least I've still got me best friend. But she thought, I want my fiancé back. Sheesh, Ranma thought, she's getting a little violent, kinda like he can used to be. Nearby, a potted plant stomped off angrily. After getting outside, Tsubasa dumped his disguise and went away muttering, great, just great. First Ranma, now this Ryouga guy. That's it. Time to get serious. He began thumbing through his Mishima Heavy Industries catalog, particularly in the weaponry section. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, somewhere in the crowd, Ukyou was hammering straw dolls everywhere, but that never worked anyways, so nobody cared. Ukyou felt that after the big experience he had with the other side, maybe he ought to go back and work on the basics again and see if he could get that right. He wasn't sure why, but he felt like he was being watched by something. Something that probably felt a bit embarrassed about the dolls. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, a large crowd, literally a swarm of people, were gathered in the soccer field of Furanken High. The Ken Club, the Archery Club, the Kendo Team, the soccer team, almost every male organization that existed, were all offered at that field. Once upon a time, Akane had faced hordes of boys every morning in her daily walk to school. Those days ended when everyone but Kuno surrendered and accepted Ranma as her fiancé. However, there was something magnetic about Akane that captured their imaginations, and when they heard that Ranma was finally actually serious about wanting to marry Akane, they felt that it was time for one more try. Just one more entry before Akane was forever unavailable to them. The Kendo team, led by Tatewaki Kuno, was at the center of the mess. I tell you now that the honor of defeating that wretch Sodom shall go to me. Akane shall be mine. The team stood protectively around him, their bookends readied, Hold on there, Ukyou. The leader of the sumo club rumbled. We'll go to right to chase after Akane as well. The leader of the Ken club looked smug. These fools may have better strength, but their minds were vastly inferior. He smiled to himself and patted a small remote in his pocket that was rigged to several mines that were planted in the field just hours ago. You all insist upon the right to pursue Akane Tendu? Ukyou yelled out double quote. Very well then. We shall decide today who has the right to be in this grand pursuit. Be warned that I shall show no mercy to those who stand between me and my true loves. Quite a few people seemed a bit confused. Ukyou's speeches always were a little on the fancy side. Fight! Ukyou bellowed. The swarms of students charged at each other. Bookin versus tennis racket, hockey stick versus golf club, and all other sorts of mayhem broke out. Fools! The Ken Club leader yelled. You don't know it yet, Ukyou are already dead. H-H-H-H-H. With a dramatic flair, he took out Pheromote, held it high, and pressed the button. Then he realized something. Him and the rest of the Ken Club were on the field of battle too. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, an interesting conversation was taking place. Go Sankuji. Time to give up your lunch money. Get down from that rat, you little wimp. A gang of thugs was surrounding a tree in front of the school, yelling at a rather skinny figure in a tree. You are making a mistake. Don't think so, geek. There was laughter in the crowd. I'm going to count to 3. And then what? Go Sankuji? Gonna cry? A rather large thug said. 1. I am just scared. 2. Boys. Everyone reached into their clothing and took out their weaponry. 3. Asterisk boom 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 asterisk 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 left square bracket evening. Makeful and Shampoo had held back as long as she could. No more. She opened her weapons cabinet. That violent Akane Tendu took her fiancé. Shampoo picked up a steel mallet, examining it carefully. Shampoo had done so much for Ranma. She cooked for Ranma, she thought for Ranma, she even tried several mind-altering drugs on Ranma. All without success. Did Akane do any of this? She thought not. He was so damn inconsiderate, wasn't he? Didn't she tell him how much she loved him? What a jerk. Of course, she made him into a jerk. It was all her fault, that little bitch. Shampoo put down the mallet, looking unsatisfied. She picked up odd-looking sword. It was the same sword she used to try and kill Ranma before she found out Ranma was a boy. Looking satisfied, she closed the weapon cabinet and ran out the door. Akane, I kill. Asterisk 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 tap 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 thud stomp 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 equals slam equals stomp 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 thud tap tap tap. Goose, What was that? Did someone open the front door? I think it was Shampoo going out to kill somebody. Probably Akane. You think we... Cologne sighed. She was sure nobody would get hurt, but if Shampoo yelled that court order, they'd have to bail her out of jail. Thought wasn't cheap. Yes, Goose, let's go stop her. Asterisk 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 evening, Bookins, Ukyou sighed. Patience, girl. Take deep breaths. Ukyou, are you okay? Why you asking, Akane? Seems like you're having a hard time breathing. Maybe we should take a break. Ukyou looked at the scene in front of her. She had tried to see where Akane's cooking skills were by starting with something that was a little of basic cooking, like okonomiyaki. There's Ukyou's okonomiyaki, nice and neat, covered evenly with sauce. And then there's Akane's. Mumber Ukyou couldn't bear to call that monstrosity okonomiyaki. That should be blasphemy. It was egg, flour, dead animals and vegetation, and some really nasty-looking spots all mixed into a mound. Nope, that's not okonomiyaki. Absolutely not. Ukyou went to something simpler, like sunny-side-up egg. Akane made them. Quite burned indeed, and the yolk was ruined. Ukyou opted for something simpler, like scrambled egg. Didn't work. It looked just like the alleged sunny-side-up egg. She tried out sushi. How hard could raw fish be? Akane's sushi was somehow transformed into pulpy roadkill. Her Caesar salad was almost right, except that the salad looked like it had been through an industrial-strength shredder. There was one bright spot. Akane cooked a pretty decent curry. It was rather bland, somewhat not quite right, but much more edible than Akane's usual cooking. The most important thing was that it didn't look toxic, it didn't taste toxic, and it wasn't hazardous. At least, not to humans. Yes. A break. That would be good. Ukyou tried not to sound too weird. It seemed to Ukyou that Akane's sense in the kitchen was every bite as bad as Ryouga's sense on the road. If you point them one way, they'll veer off in an entirely different direction, totally oblivious to the possibility of doing anything wrong until it's too late. 2 hours of intensive training wasn't having much effect. She was baffled as to why Akane could handle curry but not salad. Suddenly a chair sprouted arms and legs and ran towards Ukyou. Ukyou. Let's go out on a date. Calmly, Ukyou held her titanic spatula like a golf club and swatted the chair across the room and out the door. Damn that Tsubasa. Tsubasa flew outside and hit a brick wall. He unsteadily got up and examined his disguise. Not a scratch. He happily walked home. His day at personal success already. Asterisk 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 Ryouga was looking at his cards. 2 deuces, 2 jacks, and a 5. HM. 2 pair, not bad. Not bad. Ranma was looking at his as well. How's this go again? Hey, Ranma said, you heard about the big fight at school? Stall for time. The story should be amazing enough. Oh, I see. I've got Woden's. What fight? Ranma is stalling. I've got him now. Bunch of guys in the courtyard got beat up. Er. A jack, a queen comma to tens, an ace. Is that anything? That's not unusual. By the way, I'm raising you by 10. You haven't heard the strange part. Er. Is to tens enough? Yeah, sure. I mean, 10 is a pretty big number, right? And by the way, I single quote will see your 10 and raise you 10 more. Okay. What's the strange part? They say it was Kodachi that beat them up. Ryouga looked puzzled. Kodachi? That's the skinny guy that got sick eating Akane's lunch once, right? That's the one. The one that has a bunch of paper dolls? Yup. Him. They swear it was him. Asterisk 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 somewhere in the city Kodachi was running for his life. A large mob of angry thugs was chasing him through alleyways and streets. This time we'll beat the hell out of ya. Come back here, you geek. Kodachi raced on. He wasn't going to face this bunch. Helmut were trying to run like a maniac, all the while muttering, why me, why me, why me, why? Hey, one thug asked, wasn't he a little less cowardly this afternoon? Asterisk 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 Ryouga was briefly distracted by the television news broadcast. News bulletin, rampagging pig injures 12, causes massive property damage. Film at 11. He went to the television and turned it off. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, I'll go see if the boys want anything, Akane said, walking across the restaurant, to where Ryouga and Ranma were playing cards. Hey guys, you want anything to snack on? No, thanks Akane. Ryouga quietly said, looking away. Or underscore you underscore cooking? Ranma asked, suspiciously. Asterisk fun asterisk, hey, I was just joking. Ranma said, covering the spot on his side where Akane elbowed him. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, Ranma still insulting you, Akane? Yeah, she replied, sometimes he's still such a jerk. In the distance, an explosion rumbled. Nobody noticed. Asterisk 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 meanwhile, Ryouga was getting ticked off at Ranma. Hey you jerk. You're engaged to her now. Start showing some respect. Come on, Ryouga. Me and Akane were just playing around. She didn't boot me through the roof, did she? You're still a jerk. I'd kill you, but I don't think Akane would like thought. Understand? Ranma sighed. Looks like some things never end. Me and Big Boy'll probably be picking on each other for years. Then Ranma noticed something that Ryouga was wearing around his neck. Hey, what's that? He pointed at it. Compass. Ukyou gave it to me. Is that so? Say, have you been walking with her to school lately? Ryouga blushed. Well, yeah, but... Hey! Great! You two will make a great couple. My rival and my best friend dating each other. Take good care of your pal. Huh? Ryouga was puzzled. Come on now, you've been living with her for several months now, you silly pig. She gave you a cute little compass. You help her around the store. You even walk together everywhere. Gosh Ryouga, I didn't know they're such a romantic. Asterisk WHAP asterisk MMRRFFF. Listen up, Sodom. Okay. We walked together cause Ryouga winced, he hated admitting his weaknesses to her anime. But my rouse he sent soft direct ion. The compass was just a gift to help out with that little problem. She walks with me at school _just_ because of my direct ion problem. I'm staying here because I'd feel extremely uncomfortable staying. He glanced at Akane, where I used to stay. Got it. Ranma finally spit out the umbrella that was rammed into his mouth. Hey, just kidding. No need to overreact, okay? Whatever. Ryouga narrowed his eyes. It had been a while since they'd gotten into a fight. He could easily see one starting now. Fine. Give me one of those bandanas, will ya? P-chan lost his. That isn't funny, Sodom. I went to a pet store, Ranma said in a low voice, and bought a small black pig. Get it? All I need is a bandana. The sound of an explosion, like a wall falling down, sounded off in the distance. It wasn't made by anyone in the store. Asterisk WHAP asterisk MRGMPH. Ranma yanked the bandana out of his mouth. What's that for? I guess I just missed beating you up. Been a while, eh? Why you? Ranma muttered. Asterisk Akane and Ukyou were busy talking, taking a break from the kitchen destruction derby that was Akane's cooking technique. Hey, I'm seeing you and Ryouga together a lot lately. Are you two? What? Me? And that idiot? Absolutely not. Ukyou said, not aware thought her blushing was easily seen. He gets lost bringing food to the customers. Look at this room, Akane. No walls between seats, the tables are simple. How on earth can a guy get lost in here? She's really acting strange, thought Akane. Ukyou's usually not wise and gray. That's usually me. Gotta admit, thought, it's nice to get someone else to do the dishwork. And did you know how strong that guy is? When I gotta clean under that heavy equipment, Ryouga's full. Despite his stupidity, he's a nice guy. He has his moments. Don't tell me you didn't even think about it. About what? Me and him? Admit it, he is kinda cute. Then why the heck don't you marry him? Ukyou thought. And then she thought about Ryouga. Well, Ukyou said, those things are kinda charming. And he does look cute when he's totally confused. But he's Nerima. Ukyou became distracted when she noticed Ryouga pounding a bandana into Ranma's mouth. Damn. Akane? Excuse me a moment. Ukyou stomped off in Ryouga's direction. Hey, Ukyou? What's going on? Akane was worried. She hoped that the conversation didn't make Ukyou feel uncomfortable. Akane followed close behind as Ukyou walked towards the boys. Asterisk clang asterisk stop picking on her enunciation. Ukyou yelled. OW. Stop doing that. Ryouga stood up and turned around. Damn it, you violent maniac. Put that thing away. Wow, Ranma thought, this scene is really familiar. He sat back. This could be interesting. Haven't I seen this done before? Akane thought. Tap 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 thud stomp 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 asterisk boom asterisk. Suddenly, the front door of Ukyou's was reduced to splinters. Everyone looked at the remains of the door. And who was standing in it? Shampoo. Akane. Shampoo said, shaking in anger. Ukyou. Ranma got up from his seat only to be hit by a thrown bonbon in the face. Ukyou muffed her spatula from Ryouga's head and charged at Shampoo. She swung at Shampoo's midsection, hitting nothing. Shampoo swung her sword at Ukyou's spatula, slicing the handle in half. Ukyou was stunned. Oh shoot, she's really mad. Shampoo raised her sword again. Not nice girl, get out of way. Ukyou couldn't let anyone die, even the person that stole Ranma from her. Shampoo, don't do this. She reached for her mini spatula. Get out of way. I kill Akane now. Shampoo reared back with her sword. Hey no. Ryouga roared. He yanked the bonbon from Ranma's face and threw it at Shampoo's face. The weapon hit hard, knocking Shampoo out cold. Hey, Akane, Ukyou, you okay? Ukyou was shaken. She'd never seen Shampoo that mad before. Yeah, come I single quote I'm fine. You didn't have to help, you know. Oh, excuse me. I just rescued you, you know. Rescued? Akane, are you alright? Ryouga anxiously went up to her. Cologne and Moose walked in. I see we were too late to prevent property damage. I offer my sincere apologies. Shampoo will pay for the doer. Moose saw Shampoo lying unconscious on the floor. Shampoo! Speak some. Wake up. Cologne observed the beaten Shampoo. What happened to my great-granddaughter? She was about to kill Ukyou. I threw a bonbon at her and knocked her out. Ryouga said. Sorry about that, Moose. We couldn't stop her on your way. I could stop her, Ukyou muttered to herself. Cologne narrowed her eyes. She examined Ryouga carefully. So, how defeated my Shampoo? Moose looked up with an oh no not again express on his face. Akane and Ukyou began to realize what Cologne would probably say next. Ryouga was clueless. Ranma was unconscious. Son-in-law, Cologne said. At those words, Ranma snapped his eyes open. YAGH. Old ghoul. Asterisk WHAP asterisk Cologne removed her stick from Ranma's head. Not you. Not at the moment, anyways. I am talking to him. She pointed to Ryouga. Me? Ryouga was angered. Just you wait a minute, damn it. Ryouga looked anxiously at Moose and Ranma, as if looking for help. Ranma was just watching Ryouga panic as if it was a TV show. This hedgehog is definitely entertaining. Moose was beginning to look murderous. Ranma, you bastard. This is all your fault. Ryouga was furious. What's the matter with you? She was kinda Akane. Where the heck were you? Ranma was taken entirely by surprise by the sudden topic switch. She took me by surprise. Okay. Back off, Ryouga. Ranma didn't like thighs one bit. Ryouga was making him look bad in front of his fiancée, his fiancée. And Ranma's face was still hurting. See what I mean? What's with letting your fighting skills slip like thought? If I wasn't here, who knows what might have happened? Hey stupid, what about me? Ukyou was red with anger. It's not like I can't fight without my spatula, you know. Cologne went to Shampoo and woke her up. Shampoo, wake up. Say hello to your latest future husband. Shampoo sat up quickly and hugged the nearest thing. Moose. Ranma. Shampoo so happy. She stopped and looked at who she was hugging. Stupid moose. Shampoo, you shall marry Ryouga and take over the Amazon tribe. Cologne looked Ryouga over. Not bad. Very strong. A good fighter indeed. Yes, he shall have to do. Rather him than Moose. Moose was furious. Wait. That's not fair. He doesn't love Shampoo. I do. I should be DH, you fool. You have yet to defeat her in combat. You know the rules. Shampoo no want stupid Ryouga. Shampoo want Ranma. How about it, sonny boy? Come on. Don't tell me you don't find Shampoo attractive. Cologne asked Ranma. It's not entirely too late, you know. That's alright. Ryouga can have her. Our enemy, you bastard. Ryouga stomped on Ranma's foot. We had best leave before overstaying our welcome, yes? Cologne was thinking of the court order. She was grateful that nobody called Carlos yet. Shampoo gave Ryouga an angry glare. Moose recognized that stare. It was a stare he was subjected to hundreds of times before, and Ranma before. At that moment, Shampoo really didn't like Ryouga. It was clear to Moose that Ryouga was not a direct rival for Shampoo short. It was just stupid Amazon law getting in the way. He sighed. I guess there's no other options left. I'm gonna either have to beat up Shampoo or kill that old ghoul. Ranma was thinking of the implications. Ukyou might have a thing for Ryouga, and now he's engaged to Shampoo. Well, that's 2 problems off my back. Shampoo had other ideas. Shampoo engaged to Ranma first. No, marry Ryouga. Then she remembered her original plan. Shampoo almost forget. Kill Akane. Hey, she leapt for Akane's throat. Later, Kodachi was in a foul mood. For some strange reason, nobody was home to pick up the phone. Nobody could bail her out. And Ranma seemed to be out of the house all the time too. Curse this day. The local authorities just didn't understand. She was on a task too important to be interrupted. So what if the plan involved the death of Akane too? She was in the way. Kodachi was determined to capture Ranma's heart, even if it meant chemicals and handcuffs. Restraining orders be damned. The cell she occupied was empty, which was a relief for her. She would refuse to be locked up with common criminals and peasants. Then her cell door opened. "You!" Kodachi yelled. "It's the Raymond wench. Hey Aisha!" "You!" Shampoo yelled. "She crazy psycho girl." Kodachi bellowed for the guards. "I will not stay in the same cell as I's lowly waitress peasant. Remove her at once." "What you talking about, stupid girl? You get out of Shampoo's cell." They looked at each other, battlers flaring brightly. 2 hours later the riot squad managed to stop the fight. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next day, Ranma was _mad_. That jerk Ryouga, making me look bad like that. Even my fault. Shampoo surprised me. Damn pig. He sat by the pond, fuming. Leaning on his back was Akane. "Come on, don't feel bad about it. Ryouga's just really protective about his friends, that's all. I'm sure he didn't mean to be so hard on you." "Revenge, you dirty little pig." "Ah, I got it." Ranma jumped into the pool, getting instant Ranma-chan. With an evil grin she bounded away. "Be back in a while, Akane." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ukyou sat in the front of his abode, enjoying the weather and contemplating a most important decision. He closed his eyes deep in thought. Then he opened them suddenly. "I shall have them both." Hailed. He quickly picked up a cellular phone and dialed. "Hello? Yes, I would like to have an order of beef bowl and vegetable stir-fried Lifford." "Yes, this is the Ukyou residence again. 30 minutes usually." The gods themselves would protest in waiting at such length. "Hey, Ukyou, anybody home?" Take Ukyou _that_voice. "Hello? Very well, I shall await 30 minutes. Good day." He hung up the phone and looked around. Big-tailed goddess. "My love." Ukyou rushed to her, arms outstretched. Asterisk whack asterisk. "Oh good, you're here." She removed her elbow from his face and ran out into the street. "Ah!" She had spoken of me with approval. I shall win her heart yet. Wait for me, my love. Ukyou happily raced after his heart's desire. Neither the ravages of time nor the boundless stretches of space shall come between us. 'Tis no mountain high enough, nor any valley low enough. Big-tailed girl, I love you. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ryouga was sweeping the front of Ukyou's. He took a deep breath. The mornings were getting cooler, the air more enjoyable. He closed his eyes and relaxed. Then something blocked him. He opened his eyes to see Ranma-chan giving him a big bear hug. "Hey Kama, what the hell are you doing?" Ryouga yelled. Ranma-chan looked up to him, evil smile included. "Ryouga, my master Kama, my darling," she yelled, loudly. "Please don't hurt me." "Yeah, you pervert. Get off of me." Ryouga was now not only angry but sickened. He elbow smashed her off. Undaunted, she pulled herself to him again, closed her eyes and pulled herself towards him. "Oh my gosh, he's going to kiss me." Ryouga froze in horror. A deep protective reflex was set off and he shoved her away, scrambling backwards at the same time. Hey, gotcha. Ranma-chan muttered. What? Ranma, what are you up to? Ryouga said, grabbing her by the collar. You cease vile activities now. So commands Blue Thunder. Ukyou roared. Ryouga let go of Ranma, looking angrily at Ukyou. What do you want? I had seen what barbarian actions you had committed against this helpless beauty. How dare you even touch her? Ukyou raised his book and, worthless dog. I had always known you were a low sort, Hibiki, and now I know why you frequently were in the company of that vile sorcerer Sodom. You had learned the black arts from that unholy enchanter and used what thou had learned to enslave the pig-tailed girl. Hey, wait just one moment. Silence, fiend. I had seen with mine own eyes this innocent lass proclaim her affections to you. See? He plonked his book in at Ranma, a dramatic look on his face. She smiles at you even now, after you dare strike at her. Stand aside, lovely goddess. I shall smite this wretched infidel. Ukyou charged. Ranma, I'll get you for this. Ryouga muttered. Ranma looked at him with big girly eyes and said, Hey, hold this, and threw something at Ryouga, who caught it one-handed. What the? A watermelon? Silently, Ranma shoved Ryouga towards the charging Ukyou. Hibiki, die. Asterisk whack 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 asterisk asterisk whack 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 asterisk asterisk whack 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 asterisk. There, you jerk, Ranma said. Now we're even. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The various warring tribes of Furinkan had finally reached an agreement. The quest to dispose of Ranma, everyone agreed, was a worthy one. The problem was overcrowding on the battlefield. The solution? There was a knock on the Tendu household. Ranma opened the door, but nobody was there. Just before he closed it, he noticed a piece of paper tapped to the door. What's this? He said to himself. FURINKAN High School Club Association, Project, Free Akane, Rotation Schedule attacks to be held every Tuesday and Thursday. Tentative schedule for October 1st week. Kendo Club / Ken Club 2nd week, Football Team / Tennis Team 3rd week, Homemaking Club / Sumo Team. They have _God_ to be kidding. Ranma muttered. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Kodachi smiled. She'd finally been released from that horrid jail today. And while she was stuck there, she was busy thinking about a possible formula blend originating from a rather unusual source. She'd gotten an extract from Sasuke, who had obtained a sample of vitamin when doing routine surveillance on the Tenbos. Apparently, He'd overheard that the old wretch of the Tendo home had somehow obtained some fallen love pills, and sought to obtain them. However, the many twists and turns those pills took were too difficult for him to follow, as he lost track of them while being distracted by great hardships, or so he told the Kuno siblings. BVD managed to keep track of the last of Tepko's. Akane had accidentally swallowed it, while the family was vacationing at the beach, but managed to spit it out into the ocean. From there, it was consumed by an octopus, which began chasing after Hako's eyes. After that, it was a wild, hour-long chase with a harpoon gun for Sasuke's epic proportions that would have made Shakustia proud. When the octopus was finally caught, there was still enough of the pill left to Hakan for analysis. The effort he'd put into it had earned him a one-day vacation, which, by Kodachi standards, was rather generous. Kodachi's first analysis of the drug impressed her. Very interesting blend of chemicals, and she felt replication should be possible. Mavis could even improve on the original formula. In her lab, she had worked hard to break down the substance and copy its properties. The result of her labor was now in a small vial which she held up to the light. She put the vial down and went to a room full of wigs, makeup, and clothing. What to wear, what to wear. She knew that the risk of being spotted by one of the Tendu family was high, and appearing before the Tendus again might land her back in jail. So she decided on going in disguise. Ah, I know just the thing. She pulled together very enthusiastic. The plan was perfect, she thought, and ironic too. Wearing the guise of one of my most hated rivals. Kodachi, in her disguise, held up a vial of clear liquid, and sounded off the patented Kodachi laugh. Oh ho 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 ho. Ranma darling, you are mine. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ryouga was angry. Furious. Really ticked off. How dare he? Ryouga yelled. How dare he do this to me? Sodom, I will get revenge. Ryouga took a walk to calm himself down, but realized too late that this was a bad idea. He was already lost. It was a school day tomorrow. It would probably take several days for him to make it back to Ukyou's. Then he heard someone happily humming down the street. Ryouga turned around to see who was approaching. A girl. Red hair. Big tail. Red Chinese outfit, or anime. Looking at some little glass container, too. He hid behind a corner and waited for her to come by. As she walked past, he lunged out and grabbed her one-handed by the neck. "Ha! God, you jerk. Hack. Oh, what's this? Looks like a potion or something. You were gonna play another little joke on me, eh? Hack," she said. "There's not much you can say when you're being shocked." "Well, ha ha." He took the container, opened it, and forced the contents into her mouth. "Come on, swallow." He kept one hand over her mouth and hit her in the stomach. Asterisk gulp asterisk. He tossed her on the floor. "I've given up on my vendetta against you. I just want to get on with my life. Alright. See you later." Ryouga walked away. Now to find a payphone. The girl was extremely, incredibly, hazardously, unbelievably mad. She glared at Ryouga as she fixed her clothing. How dare he? How dare he? HIDIK, I shall die slowly for that. Slowly and painfully. IDIDI, the potion finally hit. Darling, she purred, as she looked at the figure in the distance, tilted her head to one side, and grinned madly. She giggled uncontrollably and raced towards him. Ryouga felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around. Kodachi, still in her disguise, clomped onto him and gave him a very deep and very long kiss. Her hands traveled across Ryuga's back and sides. While she was doing all of this, Kodachi decided to get 2 handfuls of Ryuga rear end. Ryuga's brain was shorted out. He was blindsided, so he had no idea who was doing this. He focused his eyes on the person. It was a girl. Good. This was his first intense physical contact with the opposite sex, and at the moment it was good. Great. Needious. Unfortunately, Ryuga's brain finally snapped back into its standard operating system and it had a good look at exactly who was kissing him. Red hair. I prefer brunettes, but red isn't bad. Chinese outfit. She wears it well. Big tail. Wait. No. Something's wrong. No deep within Ryuga's soul, he screamed in horror. He turned very pale. She finally disengaged from the kiss, nibbled his ear a bit, and looked at Ryuga with red-hot passion in her eyes. Ryuga stumbled back, holding his throat, spitting everywhere, and whipped his mouth full up. Ranma, have you gone insane? He yelled out. Then he noticed how she was looking at him. Darling? Something wrong? She said, in a sultry low voice. Wait. Get away from me. And thus, the pursuit was on, with Ryouga smashing through walls in a panic-stricken run, with Kodachi happily chasing after. And part 3 equals part Ivy Ranma and Moose's Operation True Romance equals early fall. October. The back door of the Nakoyadan flew open suddenly, disrupting the tranquil mode of the surrounding area. With a violent-sounding wham, a boy in white Chinese robes flew at subsonic speeds out of the doorway and into a pile of trash. Stupid moose. SSH Shampoo. SLAM Moose closed his eyes and sighed. Ranma was out of the way. Things should gotten easier, right? It was a nice, mild fall day. The air was cool, the sun not unpleasantly warming to the skin, and a gentle breeze blew the leaves slightly. It was a nice day to be in the forest, as long as you weren't in front of a red umbrella. It zoomed through the wind, sliced a tree, curved in its flight path, and landed neatly in Ryuga's hand. I've still got the touch. Ryuga snapped the umbrella shut, held it like a sword, and took a few practice swings. Ukyou sat nearby up in the branches of a tree. Hey, where'd you learn to fight with that thing anyways? She asked, pointing to Ryouga's umbrella. Oh, well, it's a kinda long story. Ukyou looked around. The sun was fairly high in the sky. The forest was fairly empty. Well, seems we've got time. Guess you're right, he shrugged. Anyways, it all started a little after Ranma ran away from our man-to-man fight. Are you still calling it running away? Said Ukyou in disbelief. Yes, I am. He waited for you 3 days, you know. He could have waited one more day. Would that have been so hard? Ukyou scowled. Whoever heard of waiting 4 days after the fight was supposed to take place? Huh? Why are you defending him anyways? Shot back Ryouga. I am not defending him. I'm just saying you're being stupid. Ryouga stood there, simmering. Oh yeah? Well, at least I didn't turn myself into a macho CROSSDRESSing tomboy. Immediately after he said it, Ryouga felt extreme alarm and panic. Did I actually say that? Oh no. He quickly blamed it all on being the Ranma too much. Unfortunately, Ukyou didn't care to think about any explanations. What did you call me? She roared, with the power that only an enraged woman could generate. Wait. No. I didn't mean it. Asterisk clang 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 asterisk. An hour later, Ukyou sat under the shade of a tree, humming absent-mindedly some tunes he'd heard from somewhere, sitting by a fairly beaten-up Ryouga. Sorry I pounded you like that, muttered Ukyou. Sorry I said. What I said, mumbled Ryouga. You okay? Yeah, sure, I've been through worse. How's your spatula? Ukyou held it up to the sunlight, where a notable impression was evident. Well, the dent shaped like your face is kinda surprising. I guess I swung it really fast that time. Ought to be easy to fix. Oh. Good. Birds flew by. Crickets chirped. The cool gentle breeze flowed by. Say, what were we talking about anyways? Asked Ukyou. Dunno. A few minutes later. Just remembered, said Ukyou. Remembered what? Wondered Ryouga. What I was asking. You were. Yeah. I was asking about your umbrella. What about it? How you learned how to use it like a weapon. Oh that. Okay. He sat up, stretching a bit and held his umbrella in his hands, looking thoughtful. I stumbled into this dojo while Ukyou glared at him. While wandering around China. It's specialism. How did they put it? Oh yeah, unorthodox weaponry martial arts. Double quote briefly, he glanced at Ukyou. Hey, you wouldn't be a member, would you? What? What'd make you ask that? Well, you use spatulas, and they did have a kitchenware device young. Nope. Coincidence. Oh. Anyways, They had a division for umbrellas, and since I had to carry around an umbrella anyways, I figured I'd learn how to use it. Umbrella. Martial arts. Right. Okay. It sounds weird, but I'm telling you, it was there. Now that you think about it, it was weird. I thought I was in China, but I stumbled into this dojo with everyone speaking perfect Japanese. Anyways, he was getting really good at it. For a moment, he smiled with pride. Then it faded off into a blank expression. But while I was there I forgot about my vendetta with Ranma. I guess I was distracted by learning a new fighting technique. Anyways, it was a nice time. The senseis were good teachers, and I met a few people. Like who? It's hard to remember. There was this guy I used to spar with all the time. He was quiet, kind of intense, but polite. And then there was his sister. She was nice to me. Oh, a girlfriend? Teased Ukyou. What? She was your girlfriend, right? Continued Ukyou. And no. Hey. It wasn't like that. So, hey. Come on, I'm just teasing. Calm down, big boy. Come on, finish your story. Alright. And don't call me big boy. Ryouga scowled briefly, then resumed. Eventually, I thought I was ready to continue after Ranma, and he knew that he was headed for China, so I left. It was kind of abrupt, but I had to hurry. I spent too much time there already, and Ranma might have left China and gone anywhere. Ever wonder how things might have been if you didn't leave? Wondered Ukyou. I could learn a few great techniques from the sensei. Although at the time I thought I was good enough to beat Ranma. Guess I wasn't after all. Ranma, stop talking about _him_. What kind of technique was did the sensei do that you didn't? Queried Ukyou, shuffling slightly and leaning back against the tree. Ryouga leaned back as well, eyeing the rather nice beginnings of a sunset in the sky. Well, he could key blast with his umbrella. Had something to do with the carving on the handle. I think. He could guide his umbrella around a lot better than I just did. Another thing he did was show me some design principles in making combat umbrellas. There were all sorts of ways to make umbrellas. There was one design contained blades, one that extended to become a staff, one that held poisons, all sorts of stuff. Sounds neat. Wonder if they did anything that fancy for giants but whales, wondered Ukyou, taking a look at her own weapon and mulling off for some weaponry modifications. The best designer that the school ever had was this Kane guy, kinda fat and arrogant. Great designs, oh. Last I heard about him was Todd went to a life of crime in some big American city. Sounds familiar. Anyways, as part of training, every student builds his own umbrella. This one, said Ryouga, as he lifted his umbrella, was one of several I built during my stay. It's for sheer hitting power. Breaks cement nicely. Several. One was cut in half during my first fight with Ranma. Anyways, all of mine are identical. What is that thing made of anyways? It's really heavy. I don't know. I just went to this warehouse one day with my master. He said something about good quality and told me to use this stuff if he was going to use the design that I had laid out. So, you just left one day? Yup. And you never visited there again? Actually, I could never find it again. Ukyou rolled her eyes upward. Figures. They sat under the tree, in silence, as the sun sank towards the skyline, talking of miscellaneous things, of school, and of shop, mostly. However, you couldn't help but notice something seemed to be bothering Ryouga. Something bothering you? She asked. Hey? Oh, nothing, nothing, said Ryouga. He hoped to get away from his troubles with this little trip to the woods, but they wouldn't get out of his head. Actually, the memory of what he thought was Ranma changing him a deep French kiss was still haunting him. Ryouga was permanently scarred by that memory. He tried to block it out, but as with any truly horrible event, the memory of it just kept on back, making Ryouga sick to his stomach. Damn it, his first kiss was from our anime? Blick. I'm glad we're out here. It's nice to leave the city every now and then, said Ryouga. Speaking of leaving things, Ryouga, you feeling any better of you? HM? You know, about Akane. Oh, that. Well, I dunno. I still feel, well, uncomfortable. How about you? You took the words right out of my mouth. The two looked out into the woods silently for a moment. Well, the best we can do now is wish Akane and Ranshin, Ukyou added. Ryouga gritted his teeth. Yeah, and him, a happy marriage. But still, I can't help but think that there's still time for me to do something about this. I can't let it end like this. I just can't. Jack closed his eyes. Hey, it's getting dark. Let's get back. She gave him a light elbow. You ready to practice on your directions? Yeah, sure, no problem. Don't forget to use the compass. Yeah. Quit nagging. Who's nagging? You are. Shut up. Asterisk. Much later. Ukyou and Ryouga sat at a table with Inukans, playing a round of poker. You did good today, Ryouga. 10 hours. Big improvement. Used Kodachi 2 days to get back to the house. Thanks. By the way, you done? Yep. Show him. Ryouga displayed his cards with confidence. 3 aces. Beat that. Ukyou flashed her cards with more confidence. Full house. Fa. Suddenly, the creak of the front door was heard. They both turned their heads to see standing in the open doorway Shampoo. Strangely, Shampoo had a look of, it was hard to describe. It was something like mild boredom mixed with the look of being stuck with a job that she really didn't want. She turned away, looking at someone neither Ukyou nor Ryouga could see. Shampoo then nodded her head, sighing, and closed the door quietly. Boom. The door exploded into splinters, but in a strange way. Compared to the other times Shampoo smashed down doors and walls, this effort was weak, with a noticeable lack of enthusiasm. The door exploded _lazuli _ Shampoo once again appeared, and turned to an unseen person once more. I have to? She asked the unseen person. Then she sighed. Lazuli pointed a bonbonberry at Ryouga, and with a deadpan face and a not very enthusiastic voice, said, "Meow." Ryouga. Shampoo turned away, looking again at the unseen person, then continued, "You come, marry Shampoo now." It sounded very much like she was reading from a script, and not doing a good job of it as well. She looked back one last time, turned to Ryouga again, rolled up her eyes and said, "Woda, Aaron." From outside, the other person was finally heard. "Boy, great-granddaughter, you are embarrassing me. This is a disgrace. I'm going back to the cafe." Cologne threw down her cue cards in disgust and stomped back. Yes, stomped even though she was using her stick to walk around to the Nakoyadan. Ryouga spoke to Shampoo first. "You really don't want this, right?" Ukyou asked. "You can't break this engagement." Shampoo closed her eyes. She sniffled a bit. Ryouga knew what was going to happen next. He'd seen something very similar plenty of times at the Tendu's. Suddenly, Shampoo burst out into a full soon Tendu whale trademark. Through the gushers of tears she was able to sob, "Shampoo want Ranma," and began to sink to her knees. Ryouga took off a bandana and offered it to her. She blew her nose in it and offered it back. Ryouga politely declined, but after all, there was more where that came from. Muse came in. "Shampoo? Is Shampoo in here?" "Oh, what's Mr. Tendu doing here, and crying again too?" "Muse," Ukyou said, slapping his glasses down to his eyes, "Shampoo." Muse ran up to her, arms outstretched in a gesture of love. "Shampoo! *wham*, UGGH. Shampoo, still crying, returned her fist to her side. Muse extracted himself from the wall. Ukyou sighed. "Another exciting Friday night, Ryouga, isn't it?" Ryouga nodded solemnly. "Hey, Muse, wanna join in the poker game? Wait around until Shampoo comes down anyways," queried Ukyou. "Oh, sure. Thank you." Ukyou looked over at the wailing Shampoo. Anybody ever sat down yet and had a long talk with her yet? She should've gotten over it by now. Muse looked at Ukyou curiously. "Have you gotten over it, Emian?" "Well, sorta, yeah. Definitely more than she has." In the back of Ukyou's mind a familiar chorus began, "Not married yet. Not married yet. Maybe someone ought to, before this whole thing gets out of hand, Ryouga suggested. She was really psychotic before. Has Ranma never talked to her about it? Is that such a good idea?" Muse asked. "Well, he talked things over with me. I felt better about it," she said. "No, I don't," she thought to herself. "Maybe it'll work for her." The boys looked deep in thought. Ryouga was wondering how quickly she'd maim Ranma. Muse was wondering if he should begin dipping into the passion spice supplies and cook up something for Shampoo. Then Ryouga remembered another problem of his. Hey, Muse. Look, I don't mean to offend you, but will you hurry up and beat up Shampoo? What? Or have you forgotten? The old ghoul has shoved me into being her next son-in-law. I don't wanna marry Shampoo. You want me to hurt Shampoo. Look, duck boy, I don't see any other alternative at the moment. Come on, be a man and beat her up. Hey, she's still sobbing now. Get over the rate and hit her with something heavy while she's distracted. I'd just to strike now. That would be dishonorable. Besides, I just couldn't hurt her. What? You think Ranma beat Shampoo honorably? Some big arranged fight? Let me tell you, he beat her totally by accident. And when she was fighting with someone else. You tell me how honorable that is, eh? Go and be a man. Hit her while she's not looking. Just get her off of my funds, okay? Guys, Ukyou interrupted. We're gonna have a poker night over at Ranshin's in a couple of days. You guys wanna come? I mean, Muse, you might be able to get together with Ranma and come up with a plan to get Shampoo. He's told me he wants to help you out. Oh really? Why? Muse was suspicious. You remember when she attacked Akane? Oh. How about you, Ryouga? Come on. She knew he might have a hard time going back there, but she hoped this final test would push him to get over Akane. Had she thought more on this, she'd have discovered something surprising about her motives. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not. Come on, don't be such a baby. Who are you calling a baby? Who do you think, big boy? Asterisk 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 Ukyou, Ranma muttered. I don't believe you did this. Before him, Ranma had a considerable number of his old friends. Muse was there, sitting next to and looking at Shampoo, who was sniffling into the bandana that Ryouga had given her several days ago. Ukyou was there shuffling the cards. Akane was sitting next to Ranma looking uneasily at Shampoo. Ryouga looked shell-shocked. Every now and then he'd glance at Akane and Ranma. Whenever he glanced at Akane he looked more depressed. Every time he looked at Ranma, Ryouga looked more horrified. Ranma had earlier asked Ryouga what was bothering him, but Ryouga just screamed and hid behind Ukyou. Then Akane punched Ranma and told him to stop picking on Ryouga. The potential for disaster was fairly high already. All they needed was Ukyou and his sister. Ranshin, come on, you agreed to this. Besides, you need to do something about Shampoo. In fact, maybe now would be a good time. Ranma sighed. He wasn't going to look forward to this. What was probably going to happen was Shampoo would clomp onto him and Akane would put him through the roof. After all, that's what always happened in the past. Resigned to his fate, Ranma walked to Shampoo. Shampoo, we need to talk. All eyes turned nervously towards the pair. They knew what Shampoo was capable of, and were ready to tackle her to the ground if she went on a homicidal rage. "You won't talk to Shampoo?" She looked sad. Ranma looked around. "Tell you what, follow me." They both headed outside. This puzzled everyone. "Hey," Ukyou said, holding Ranma by the shoulder, "what are you doing? Look, she's upset already." "I'm trying to reject her as gently as possible. We're gonna be on the roof. If you hear any crashing noise, get up there and help me." And so Ranma and Shampoo stepped out of the room and to the roof. "Shampoo, you gotta understand," Ranma muttered. The two sat out on the roof in the moonlight, Ranma continuing to talk, and Shampoo turning away, looking more empty by the minute. Meanwhile, back in the room, the card game resumed. "I fold," Akane said. "I'm in," Ukyou followed. "I'll raise you 10, Ryouga confidently said. "Ukyou, you think they're gonna be okay up there?" Ukyou asked. "I'm sure. But keep your weapons ready." "By the way," Ukyou said, "Ryouga, what's bothering you so much?" Ryouga looked noticeably ill when Ranma was in the room, and it didn't go unnoticed. "I don't want to talk about it," Ryouga firmly said. Suddenly there was the loud sound of feet running and Ranma yelling. Everyone stood up. Ukyou whipped out baseball bats. Ryouga held his umbrella at the ready. Ukyou gripped her mega spatula, and Akane hefted her mallet. "Yeah! Get her away from me!" Ranma yelled and ran into the room. What followed wasn't what they expected. "Ho ho 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 ho! Ranma darling! Wait!" Everyone stared blankly at Kodachi. "Her?" Ukyou asked. "Oh, I guess she finally got out of jail," Akane added. "She was in jail?" Ryouga asked. Suddenly, Kodachi stopped in her tracks. "Ryouga darling?" Everyone looked at Ryouga. "Ryouga darling?" Ukyou asked angrily. "What?" Ryouga asked. He was as confused as the rest of them. "Ryouga darling. Clump I found you at last." Ranma looked at Ryouga. "Hey, Ryouga, when did this happen?" "I don't know. What's going on? Help. Oh, Ranma darling. I've got a gift for both of you." With lightning spade, she whipped out 2 bouquets of black roses. She threw one at Ranma, which exploded in front of his face, and shoved the other in Ryuga's face. "Hack!" Ranma said, holding his nose. "I can't move," Ryouga mumbled. "Yeah, paralysis powder. Good thing I held my breath. Ah, at least I've caught my Ryouga darling. Come, give me your lips." Suddenly, Kodachi was pried off by a titanic spatula. "Get off him, girl." "Ho ho ho, so you're after his heart as well, are you?" "What? No. Of course not. It's just not nice to go around poisoning and kissing people. Get out of here." She plunked at Kodachi with her spatula. "Kodachi?" Ranma asked. "You're after Ryouga now?" Suddenly, Kodachi turned to Ranma. "Ah, my darling Ranma. I don't know what to do. Shall I pursue the handsome Ranma or shall I choose the Herculean Ryouga?" Kodachi closed her eyes deep in thought, then opened them. I cannot bear to depart with either. I must have you both. She ran to Ranma, bouquet in hand. Suddenly, a mallet crashed into her head and she was booted unceremoniously out by Akane. I don't believe her. She's exactly like her brother Ukyou. Alas! Did someone utter my name? I take Waki Kunoing here. Boomed the booking monster. Everyone was startled by his sudden appearance. Oh! Ryouga was worried. He was still paralyzed. Greetings. I have come in search of the pig-tailed girl and you. Ukyou yelled, pointing his booking at Ryouga. You enslaver and abuser of woman. And then noticed Ranma. And you. Evil sorcerer. I shall smite thee both. Help! Ryouga squeaked. I'm still paralyzed. Reflexively, Ranma punched the charging Ukyou. Ukyou caught him with her assault spatula and flipped him out the door, where he would have exited this little scene except that he collided with the returning Kodachi. Both crashed onto the floor but recovered quickly. Crash yet another Tendu household wall came crashing down, revealing an angry Shampoo, with Bonbury in hand. Where stupid crazy girl? Shampoo kill. Guys, Ranma said, this is getting ugly. Run. Why? Akane asked. You want the house wrecked even more? We're running out of insurance companies. Unpop and Mr. Tendu aren't gonna be happy. Oh. Run. Ranma, Akane and Muthu stampeded out through the shampoo-made hole in the wall. Ukyou was about to join them when she heard Ryouga squeaking pitifully, I can't move. Help. Ukyou sighed, heft Ryouga onto her back and put his arms around her neck. Come on, let's get out of here. Ranma, Muthu asked, what happened to Shampoo? Back there, I think, about to kill Kodachi. Oh, good. The five of them could be seen, four shadows hopping across rooftops left parenthesis Ukyou was still carrying Ryouga with difficulty followed by two other figures. Hibiki, stand your ground you coward. Ryouga darling. Ranma darling. Wait. And finally there was one figure at the end waving Bonbury and yelling double quote crazy psycho girl. I kill. Suddenly a large explosion burst and a section of roof nearby was severely damaged. Sabasa, flying in the Mishima Heavy Industry Aircraft Poison 1, came into view and he turned on the loudspeakers. HIDIKI, let go of UKYOU _now_, everyone ran faster. Ukyou screamed, I don't believe this. TSUBASA. I'm Geo and I killed you. Ryouga muttered to himself, why me? The 8 figures raced into the night, chased by a mini-jet. It was just another night in Nerima. The next day, Muthu was waiting in front of Furankin High School. He had an arranged meeting to attend. Ranma came up to him. Good. You showed up, said Muthu. Hey, I'm not Ryouga. Briefly, Muthu looked nervous. Ranma, you and Akane still are okay, right? I mean, you still want to marry her, yes? Well, yeah. Good to hear it. Ukyou said, giving a large grin and patted Ranma on the back. I wonder why he's asking, Ranma thought, and then dismissed it as just an icebreaker in conversation. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, I need your help, and I think it would help us both in the end. Really? I've got a plan. Ukyou looked at Ranma suspiciously. Maybe Ranma always was the best when it came to martial arts battles, but it's been known that his scamming skills were sometimes woefully inadequate. You sure about this? Well, maybe Akane doesn't think this is a great idea, but that doesn't mean much. You know your way around those weird spices cologne always uses, right? Ukyou looked uneasy again. Well, yes. Good. Now here's the plan. Akane was walking along the Nerima streets, which was usual. She was walking with Ryouga, which wasn't. Normally after school she'd be accompanying Ranma, but he said he was going to meet with Ukyou to work on a plan that Akane suggested was destined for disaster. Also, Ukyou had asked Akane to guide Ryouga home since she had to attend to some business about her restaurant which forced her to leave school earlier than everyone else, including Ryouga. Akane, tell me something, Ryouga said. Yes? Has Ranma been acting strange lately? Strange? Like how? I dunno. Acting a bit, happier, maybe. Not looking at you so much anymore. Dressing up in your clothes. Something like that. What? No, I don't think so. Why do you ask? Ryouga was looking a bit shaky. Hey, Ryouga, you okay? Yeah. Fine. Just feel a bit of a cold coming on. Good thing you've got such a nice girl like Ukyou waiting at home to take care of you. What? Aren't you too? No, we're not. She stopped walking, and turned to face him. Why not? Ryouga was surprised at this. What's she thinking? Why is she asking if I'm dating Ukyou? I mean, Akane continued, you've been mooching off of her for several months now. She always helps you around, and there must have been some reason why you moved in with her to begin with, right? Ryouga realized that nobody ever told Akane how he felt, not even himself. To explain that now would be too awkward. You've always seemed so lonely, getting lost so much and not having a homie. Now you two are getting along great, and you're telling me that you two aren't in a relationship? Well, yes. Why don't you go for it? It's just, he stumbled. Akane. I mean, come on, don't you think she's cute? I think you'll make a great couple. I'm just not interested, I guess. Okay. Finally, they reached Ukyou's. Ukyou was sweeping outside. Akane whispered into Ryouga's ear, think about it, okay? Then waved goodbye to Ukyou. Ryouga waved goodbye to Akane as she walked away. And waved. And loved. Clang ouch. What the hell was that for? Snap out of it. Not picking his words with tact, Ryouga yelled back, "What's your problem? Jealous?" Ukyou narrowed her eyes and turned around, walking into the store. "I am not jealous." "So," teased Ryouga, who for some odd reason just felt like teasing her. "That's it." With alarmed quickness, she pulled out her mega spatula and slammed him into the sky. As he sailed past a flock of birds, Ryouga wondered if he'd find his way back before sundown. He could camp out if he had to, but he'd rather not. Asterisk outside the Tendu residence, someone in a suit stared at the house. "Well, this is the place. But I don't see him here. Maybe he's on a trip or something. Ah, well, I'll just check back in a couple of weeks." Meanwhile, at the Tendu kitchen, a pot boiled, its steam writhing with magical essence. The figure stood over it watching with interest. "I'd have done this sooner, but the old ghoul always watches over what happens in the kitchen," Ukyou solemnly said. "So this is the stuff, eh? You sure about this, Ukyou?" Ukyou smiled. "Well, it sure worked on. It worked. I'm sure of that. Well, let's get to work. Where's Shampoo? She should be over at the Nakoyadan by now." "Alright, get to it. Good luck." Ukyou sat in her store, fuming. Then she cooled down. The side effects of what she had just done finally dawned on her. "Oh no, he'll be lost for days." She ran out the door in search of him. "A jackass. Now I've gotta go find him." Ukyou spotted Shampoo sitting at the window table of the Nakoyadan in a gloomy mood. "Are you okay, Shampoo?" "Leave Shampoo alone," she replied, with not much emotion in her voice. "You look terrible. Did you even eat yet today?" Ukyou knew Shampoo's habits. Ever since Ranma decided, Shampoo had a considerable loss in appetite. She did eat rarely, and right now seemed to be the right time. "Look, I'll leave this out here for you," he said, leaving a bowl open in front of her. "Just leave the bowl and I'll clean up." Shampoo sighed. Ukyou hovered nearby. He knew that he had to be nearby when the spices took effect. He also knew that he couldn't act suspicious or else she'd know there was something going on. Normally Shou should already be suspicious, but in her depressed state she let her defenses down. Ukyou really didn't believe in this plan. He'd thought of it on his own plenty of times before but dismissed it as a dishonorable way to win for her heart. However, as time had gone by, he felt that his own window of opportunity was running out fast. Ukyou was becoming desperate enough to resort to this trick. Shampoo picked up a fork. Ryouga wandered the streets of Nerima, aimlessly. He didn't know where to go. His camping equipment was still back at the restaurant. Camping out without it would be rough. Staying at the Tendu residence, as a boy or as a pig, would be just as real. Ryouga decided to turn back and see if Ukyou had calmed down any doubt maybe, He hoped, just maybe she'd be sane. Then he realized he was already lost. Again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Moose eagerly watched as she ate the ramen. And ate. And ate. Now was the time. He stood up and was about to step into her line of view when suddenly she stood up and yelled, "Oh, Akane!" and ran forward happily. "My darling!" Moose yelled, his arms outstretched. Shampoo ran right past him and out the door. Moose looked alarmed. He looked around. He saw Ryouga walking outside in the street, in perfect view from the window seat. Hey no! He banged his head on the table in frustration. This can't be happening. Asterisk 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 meow. Ryouga. Whoa, Akane! Shampoo cheerfully yelled as she glomped onto Ryouga. Yeah! Get off! Get off of me! To say that Ryouga was alarmed would be an understatement. This time around Shampoo was very enthusiastic and very aggressive. She was also holding him really tightly. You come marry Shampoo now? Yes? No. Get away from me. Nearby, Moose was sneaking away. He didn't like the idea of artificially gaining Shampoo's love, so he didn't put too much spice in. This had turned out to be an incredibly good idea, because if he had gone ballistic with the spices, Shampoo would have been obsessed with Ryouga for years. For now, at least, Shampoo would be chasing around Ryouga only for an hour or so. Until then, Moose didn't want to be around. After all, things could get ugly, especially when the drug wore off and Shampoo found herself in a compromising, or at least incredibly embarrassing, position. She'd be mad. And if there was one thing he learned from all the years of abuse, it was that he shouldn't try to make her maybe him when she was already dangerously hot-tempered. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Damn, where is that idiot? He's gonna be lost for a stupidly long time. Good thing this is the weekend. Where is he? Ukyou walked quickly through the local streets, hoping that Ryouga hadn't wandered off too far. Then she saw him, wrapped by Shampoo, tightly, and not getting out of it. Why that? Here I was worried about him and he's going around acting like some playboy. Who does he think he is? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Moose arrived back at the Tendu dojo. This wasn't unnoticed by Ranma since Moose was supposed to be romancing Shampoo at the time. Yo, Moose, what are you doing here? I'd rather not talk about it. Talk about what? Exactly. Just let me hide here until things settle down. Come on, tell me. Look, don't get mad, okay? Fine, just tell me. Well, it went like this. In a low voice, Moose explained the disaster of the day. When he was done, he looked at Ranma, expecting to see an angry glare or something similar. Ranma was red in the face, holding his hand over his mouth. Then he burst out laughing. This is great. I don't believe this. Shampoo is kissing after a while, Ukyou. Oh man, I gotta get some air. They both went to the front gate, Moose in a serious manner, Ranma laughing all the way. Then Ryouga ran by. Go away! I don't want you. Get lost! He frantically yelled. He was followed closely by Shampoo, who was almost within arm's reach. Ryouga, you marry Shampoo? Yes. As quickly as they arrived, they zoomed by. Then Ukyou showed up, strolling in the direction where Ryouga and Shampoo had gone. She idly twirled her battle spatula, looking somewhat tired. Hey guys! Ryouga. Hello, Ukyou. He went that way, right? She asked in a somewhat weary voice. They both nodded. Ukyou sighed. Okay. See you guys later. She strolled down the street, practicing a few swings with her mighty cookware instrument, a promise of much violence to come. Moose and Ranma stood there for a moment, silently. Then they both quietly went back inside the house. Sometimes it's best to be out of fury when the action starts. And part 4 == part V. Come out and play == friends may come and go, but enemies accumulate. Thomas Jones. It was definite fall weather, Ryouga's favorite kind, since traveling is easier when the weather was mild as it usually was in the fall. He was enjoying the air, sweeping the front of Ukyou. Suddenly, he sensed someone watching him. Hey, Ryouga, you done out there? It's time to go. We're gonna be late. Oh, yeah, I'll be done in a moment. Ryouga looked around at the surrounding neighborhood, searching for something out there, maybe hiding behind a trash can, maybe in the trees, or hiding in the shadows. He thought he saw nothing and walked back, and guess it was just Ukyou I was sensing, he muttered. He put the broom away, looking around one last time, then walked with Ukyou down the street. As they walked away, someone stepped out of the shadows, brushing leaves off of his suit. So, you're here. Tsubasa had really outdone himself, he thought. He proudly sat in his new creation built out of miscellaneous Mishima heavy industries, weaponry and technology, the Postal 110. Ceramic armor on the outside, cushioned inside to sustain shock impact, high voltage towser, high-powered rapid-fire tranquilizer gun, and built-in mini-bike for getaways, and several other interesting toys, all packed into a large mailbox. Tsubasa had given up on the severe weaponry when he realized that Ukyou would probably be in close proximity and in danger if he didn't aim carefully. Tsubasa waited patiently, his new creation parked on a city street, ready to ambush Ryouga if he came by. Sasuke was outside running an errand for his master. Specifically, he was putting a letter addressed to the pig-tailed girl in the public mailbox. He came upon one, opened it, and dumped the letter inside. Hey! The mailbox yelled. Sasuke jumped back, startled severely. He stood a safe distance away as the mailbox suddenly grew tank treads and drove off towards two unsuspecting figures a block away. Ryouga walked along with Ukyou, on the way to the usual poker night at the Tendu residence. As usual, he didn't want to go. And as usual, Ukyou picked on him until he agreed to go. Why do you seem so scared of Ranshin lately, Ryouga? Scared? Who's scared? Ryouga yelled, trying to muster all the confidence that he could find. It didn't work. You are stupid. Come on, tell me what happened. I promise not to tease you. Promise? Ryouga asked, looking warily at Ukyou. Promise? Well, I've never kissed a girl yet. Ukyou put a little distance between herself and him. Hey, what you? No. Hold on. I'm getting to the point. Anyways, I've never kissed a girl before, until recently, and I don't think this should count as a first kiss. Huh? Someone kissed you? Ryouga nodded, looking quite embarrassed. So, who's the lucky girl? She asked. Ranma, he mumbled. Can't hear ya. Speak up, she prodded. Ran, he mumbled. Ran out. Ukyou blinked, trying to think of any girls she knew whose first letters started in Ran. Look, sugar, I can barely hear you. Now spit it out. It was Ranma, okay. Ukyou stopped walking. Ma. Ryouga nodded, looking very grave. No, she said. Yes, said he. Was he a he or? He was a she. But it still didn't make it feel any better. Ryouga shivered at the memory, feeling just a quick peck in the cheek or something, right? Ryouga winced. Tongue. Dog. Now that's gross. And he groped me. He even grabbed my rear, said Ryouga, shaking with anger and revulsion. Ukyou stared at Ryouga, stunned. Then she laughed. Hey! Stop laughing. This isn't funny. Ukyou just couldn't take this seriously. Ryouga must be mistaken, right? Suddenly, Ryouga sensed danger. Ukyou, he said, there's trouble. A nearby public mailbox rumbled to life and turned to face Ryouga. The phone popped out as well. Hibiki. Surrender. Now. Sabesa. She called out. I do not believe this. Ukyou muttered, getting her battle spatula ready. Go away, you pest. Ryouga yelled. Oh, is that the way it's gonna be? Sabesa yelled. Fine. Suddenly, various interesting items which were probably all weaponry popped out of the mailbox, all pointing at Ryouga. I do not believe this, said the very nervous Ryouga. Run! Ukyou yelled. And so two figures blazed quickly through the city streets pursued by a rampagging mailbox. Asterisk. Moose, Akane, and Ranma sat in the living room of the Tendu residence, watching television and talking. Hey, Ranma said, Ukyou's a little late today. Am I right to lose again? Akane teased. Hey, I am getting better at it. Yes, that is true, Moose added. He used to lose everything before. Now he only loses almost everything. He nodded solemnly to emphasize the point. Wise guys, Ranma grumbled. Still, it's unusual for her to be late on Cocker Night. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The person in black was perched in a tree near the Tendu residence. He'd put this off for a while, but now he had nothing better to do so. Suddenly, he was knocked off the tree and fell face first into the pavement. He heard a giggle and a cry of, "What a haul!" and sprang back up, twirling something in his hands. Who did that? Kappa's eye stopped in his tracks and turned around, looking at the figure in shadows curiously. Yes? Did you just run over me now? He asked in a polite manner. Kappa's eye looked, amused, at this newcomer. He was dressed a bit formally, with a black suit and all. A bit young too, maybe one of Ranma's classmates that wanted revenge. That sort of thing seemed to be happening a lot. Sure did, sonny boy. What can I say? I'm in a hurry. Now if you'll excuse me, he said, pausing to sniff an undergarment. No. You should be more considerate to people who might kill you, double quote, replied the stranger. And who dares challenge me? The old troll asked. I am Ryouga. Who the hell are you, troll? Here, youngster. Catch. Kappa's eye flung a bomb at him. He batted away the bomb with his umbrella. Fool. Ryo yelled, you think you can defeat me with simple firecrackers? Idiot. Looks like I'll have to use a special technique of the anything goes martial arts on you. I can just kill you quickly. It'll be easier for all concerned. With the speed of lightning, Kappa's eyes ran behind Ryo, grabbed him by the seat of his pants, yelled HAPPOWADGIESATSU, and yanked his underwear up violently. With an asterisk ACK asterisk, Ryo collapsed to the ground. NNG. Arg. Kill you, old man. Yes, so everyone says. The name's Kappa's Eyes, Master Kappa's Icon of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts. Don't mess with master martial artists, m'boy. You could get hurt. And so Kappa's Eye bounded away and into the Tendu home to enjoy the day's catch. Okay, the Wajifid victim said, straightening out his undergarment, double quote, after I beat up Hibiki, the freak is dead. Freak? Kappa's Eye asked, standing in front of Ryo. Did you say freak? Didn't you leave already? I'll leave when I want to. But you, said the old master, has used his pipe to fling Ryo to a wall, rendering him unconscious, should be more respectful to your elders. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, Ryouga. Got any bright ideas? Ukyou yelled, running as fast as she could. Well, one or two, Ryouga answered. Let's see how this works out. Ryouga jumped to the air, way up high with that absurd hang time that's reserved for martial artists, and out of view of the postal 110 assault disguise. Darn! Where'd he go? Tsubasa yelled. He shifted the visor of his postal neck left, right, and finally up, where he saw fiery Ryouga coming down fast. Oh boy! Ryouga descended like a comet, hands first, with a glowing sphere of energy glowing in between them. With a yell of SHISHIHOKOU Dan, the bull became a blast as he crashed into the postal one with his ki blast leading the charge, kicking up an incredible dust cloud which covered the impact side up entirely. Ryouga, are you alright? Ryouga, Ukyou yelled, sounding very worried. YARGH, yelled Ryouga, as he was flung out of the cloud at high speeds, wrapped up by a net, and impacted solidly into a wall. Postal 110 emerged from the dust cloud barely scratched. Surrender HIDIKI. This is the latest in high-tech armor, with GIDA and IUMALLOEs. Ceramic? Ryouga asked, confused, as he cut the net away using one of his bandanas as a blade, like pottery and plates. Shut up. Ceramic plating, and all sorts of stuff. You can't possibly hope to win. Ceramic. HM. Ryouga was briefly lost in thought, then he suddenly charged straight at Tsubasa, whipping out his umbrella and using it as a shield. Ryouga, what are you doing? Yelled Ukyou. Alright then, have it your way, Tsubasa muttered. He reached down and pulled several triggers. Ryouga ran on, his umbrella withstanding the impact of high-speed net projectiles, tranquilizer darts, rubber bullets, and topper wire, rearing his arm back with a finger pointed out. Finally, as he got into striking distance of Tsubasa's disguise, he lowered his umbrella to strike. BAKUSAI-10, gotcha! Tsubasa yelled, getting a clear shot at Ryouga. KDSU. The postal one was destroyed with a spectacular explosion, sending the mechanic transvestite flying across the skies. When did he start using mecha? Wondered Ryouga. HM, dunno. Ryouga, you okay? Ukyou asked. Yeah, let's get going before any other surprises show up. How'd you know that move was gonna work? I thought that move only worked on rocks. Just a hunch. Every morabas I was walking casually along doing nothing in particular. He'd managed to get out of the house, and away from his so-called wife. It was girl hunting time. Suddenly a little blonde girl flew right by him and crashed into a stack of garbage cans. Edward noticed long blonde hair, and his curiosity was raised. He noticed the skirt and his curiosity was even greater. Suddenly, internal warning system switched on in Avaru's head. His hands, ready to get a quick feel, retracted to his sides. This was the same feeling he got like before. Hey, he said, you alright? Yeah. A tiny voice replied. You're a guy, aren't you? Yup. Avaru shook his head. Man, there's sure a lot of transvestites going around Tokyo these days. It has been known that Takewaki Kunio has often attacked Ranma Sodomi on many occasions. What was somewhat unclear was why Kunyu's attacks were either lacking in inspiration or foresight and seemed very much like randomly chosen times of attack for the most part. The closest Kunyu had ever come to a strategic attack was when he tried to use Ranma's fear of cats against him, which didn't work out that great at all. However, what was not understood by Kunyu's foes was why Tatewaki Kunyu had such a random attack pattern. Actually, the timing of his attacks were not so much random as they believed. Kunyu usually sets off to attack his foes whenever one of the following asterisk conditions was met. 1. Kunyu had heard some information about his foe which angers him, thus prompting him to seek out his enemy and serve justice. 2. Kunyu had just finished watching something inspirational such as The Seven Samurai, or such, and thusly inspired, marches on to glorious battle. 3. Kodachi really gets on his nerves, thus revving up Kunyu's fighting spirit. 4. Kunyu's father was visiting, giving Kunyu the urgent need to do something that required Kunyu to leave the home. 5. Kunyu had just spent a long amount of time viewing his picture collection of the big-tailed goddess, or Akane. 6. Kunyu had absolutely nothing better to do, i.e. he's bored. Notice that actual planning and scheming do not play a factor here. Actually, the planning and scheming genes were inherited by Kodachi. Tatewaki just inherited an inflated belief in the importance of self. Both were spared the dreadful pineapple fetish gene that was so prominent in their father. On this day, Kunyu had just finished watching Lone Wolf and Cub flipping through his big-tailed girl photo album during commercial breaks. Had a long argument with Kodachi over the destruction of certain photos. He used her Ranma pictures as target practice and she used his big-tailed girl photos in the same manner. Was called by his father while he'd be visiting for dinner, and was informed by Sasuke Hibiki was once again traveling towards the abode of his longtime nemesis the evil sorcerer Sodom, undoubtedly to scheme heinous deeds. The final insult was when Sasuke had reported that Hibiki had destroyed the mailbox in which Sasuke had deposited a letter addressed to the pig-tailed girl. He strongly suspected that she lived with the Tendu family since he saw her there often. This was plenty of motivation. Somewhere deep in Kunyu's mind, gears spun, engines revved, and this massive ego roared, demanding justice. It was time to turn on the extra adrenaline, turn off those accursed pain sensors, and activate the battle mode. It was time to smite. My sister, I shall be back later today. For now, I go to smite my enemies. Kunyu strode out the door with his book in hand. And then he quickly strode back in. By the way, our dear father is coming by to visit, so you might wish to cook something for him. I suggest the arsenic-laced fugu. Ryouga and Ukyou walked into the Tendu dojo, looking a bit worn. Sorry we're late, guys, Ukyou said, but Tsubasa ambushed us today. Ranma blinked. Tsubasa? Then, why do you guys look so worn out? He started using mechs, said Ryouga. No. Ranma blinked, then shrugged. Things ceased to amaze him after all the things he'd seen while living in Nerima. Again, sorry we're late, apologized Ukyou. Don't worry about it. Have a seat. I'm finally on a roll. Ranma proudly said, pointing to a modest pile of chips. Ukyou and Ryouga sat down. They both seemed to be a bit tired, as if he had ran a mile. As usual, Ryouga sat as far away from Ranma as possible. Hey, Ranshin, Ukyou asked, have you been feeling okay lately? Yeah, why? Nobody hit you on the head or anything like that? No. Oh well, never mind. Ukyou glanced at Ryouga, who looked confused. She suppressed the urge to snicker, or to tell Ranma what Ryouga thought he did. Everybody looked at their dealt cards, some in disgust, some happily calm, some keeping a straight face. I'm out, Ranma said. Me too, Ryouga added. R-A-N-M-A-S-A-O-G-O-M-E. R-O-I-O-U-G-A-H-I-D-I-K-I. Prepare to die. Huh? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Many observers of Tatewaki Kunyu wonder why on earth Kunyu totally ruins the element of surprise almost every single time whenever Heck hedges out his foe with the ridiculous battle cry of insert name here, right square bracket, prepare to die. Many feel that it's the rough equivalent of yelling double quote, here I come. Beat me up. Why does he constantly ruin his advantage time after time? It's still a mystery. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Kunyu was sailing high in the air, book and held high overhead, flying towards Ryouga, who whipped out his umbrella, blocked the attack, unflung Kunyu back out. Ryouga then ran outside to continue the battle, muttering, I know, don't damage the dojo. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ryo slowly got up and started brushing the dust off his suit. Much to Lai's relief, it didn't get damaged in the melee. The sounds of battle caught his attention, and so he took position in a tree near the tender savants once more and observed the action. He was pleased to find Fatibiki was fighting with someone. He dug around in his pockets until he found a small piece of paper and a pencil. Then he observed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ryouga went outside, followed by the rest of the poker night crew. Kunyu sneered. Such cowardly tactics from one such as yourself. Stand and fight. He charged, swinging with blazing speed. Ryouga was bravely blocking the strikes, unable to block them all, using one hand to hold the umbrella, the other to tear off a small amount of bandanas from Hai's head. He then flung the bandanas at Kunyu, who amazingly began knocking them all away. Wow, he has improved, Ryouga thought to himself, left curly bracket, just not enough. As Kunyu was busy swatting away the bandanas, Ryouga leaped in foot first and nailed Kunyu on the side of his face. Kunyu stepped back, stunned, and then resumed his fighting stance. I fight on double quote, Kunyu said, showing his grim determination. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. From within his hiding place, Ryo began to write. Still as sledgehammer model depleted uranium umbrella. Defense weak. Amazing trick with bandanas, his distraction/attack. Actually, Ryo had no idea what the umbrella was made of. He only knew that it was incredibly heavy and extremely painful if one got hit by it. Ukyou charged, and this time his battle aura was actually visible. He swung down hard and fast at Ryouga's head, which caused Ryouga to raise his umbrella in defense. Suddenly, and in the blink of an eye, Ukyou pulled out his sword back and swung low this time, catching Ryouga off guard and connected solidly with a blow to the gut, which sent Ryouga stumbling back and open to several more solid hits by Ukyou's booking. Any normal person would be on his knees by now, but this was Ryouga, who could withstand the impact of a full force kick in the head in battle situations and not be affected, as Ranma had once learned. Ryouga leapt back to get some distance, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and focused on his enemy once more. Off to the sides, Ranma wasn't sure what to make of this. Now, either Ukyou hasn't taken me on yet with his full effort, or Ryouga is a bit out of practice. Ryo looked puzzled. He scribbled in his notes. Ryouga's super endurance now increased. Took hard hits, wasn't stunned. I hope Ryouga doesn't get hurt. Ukyou said. And wife's that? Ranma asked, grinning. This isn't the time to joke around. Enough, thought Ryouga. One big assault ought to end this. Ryouga tore off even more bandanas with one hand, readied the umbrella with his other hand, and began to glow with a fiery yellow aura. Ukyou's battle aura was firing as well, as he assumed a ready position, getting ready to unleash his fastest flurry of strikes. Ryouga flung his bandanas at Ukyou, creating a swarm of spinning, buzzing cloth, and flung his umbrella, which spun like a top, towards its target. Ukyou was a blur, striking away the bandanas, but was being cut despite his best efforts. Then the umbrella slammed into him, knocking him back and dropping his guard, allowing the remaining bandanas to pelt at him. Finally, Ryouga held out his hands and yelled Shihoukou Dan, unleashing a blast of energy that hurled Ukyou through the air and solidly outside of the Tendu fence. Ryo looked fascinated. He wrote enthusiastically into his notes. New trick, Ki blast attack. She outed Odin. Overall, minimal use of umbrella, lots of bandanas. Ryouga turned around to the sound of clapping and cheers. Hey, nice show. Good going, Ryouga. I could have finished him faster. Ryo took a deep breath, looked at the Tendu residence, and made a decision. Maybe later. He folded his notes, then stuffed them into his jacket. Then he scaled a nearby tree and waited for Hibiki to leave, pulling out a mini TV Toki time. The late night festivities finally wound down and everyone went on their way, some with a little more money and some with a little less. Ukyou was happy. She hit the jackpot. Ryouga came out even. Muse died almost as well as Ukyou. Akane managed to not lose too much at all, and Ranma, as usual, came out of this the big loser. Ryouga didn't care too much. He just wanted to get very far away from Ranma, especially if it turned into a she. And so, with winnings in hand, Ukyou and Ryouga walked back to Akane's. You feeling better now, Ryouga? Ukyou asked. Yeah. Feel good as new. Guess it was enough rest. Or those bottles of Megavolt Cola. That stuff's not good for your health, you know. It seems like from their motto they don't care. How did it go? Megavolt Cola. Caffeine crazy. Nearby, Rio had fallen asleep watching on a badly dubbed American show about a lab mouse bent towards world domination. Suddenly, he woke up. Damnation, fell asleep. Where are they? Where are? Ah, they're there. He jumped down to the street, readied his umbrella, and went to pursue his target. Excuse me. Pardon me. Someone asked, running towards Ryouga and Ukyou. Who's that? Go-sankuji? Dunno. Ryouga. Looks kinda like him, doesn't it? The man finally caught up with them, meeting them at a bridge above a waterway. Hi there. Excuse me. Sorry to ask, but I've been wandering around here for quite a while now. Rio knew he should just go for the kill, but he just loved ambushing his adversaries boldly. Go-sankuji? Is that you? Ryouga asked. It looked like Go-sankuji, but a bit taller and with a bolder attitude in a suit. This threw Rio off his stride. He resembled somebody Ryouga knew. It could come in handy later, but at the moment that quest nearly ruined the dramatic mood Rio was in. Remember, I've been looking for the Hibiki residence. Would either of you know where that may be? Well, said Ryouga, looking embarrassed. Actually, I don't know, although I really should. He paused, examining Rio. Ryouga noticed the man had an umbrella, which seemed to nag at deep warning systems in Ryuga's mind, but failed to pull out the appropriate warning in time. Another thing that should have warned Ryouga was the apparent lack of rain clouds. The 2-inch blade at the end of the umbrella should have been a clear warning. Definitely. You mean you don't know where your own house is? Shame, said Rio. What the? This little statement threw Ryouga off guard entirely. Suddenly, Rio yelled, "G-E-K-I-H-O-U," and swung the umbrella forward. It curved and glowed white with key-charged power as it swung forward, and it connected with Ryuga's chest. He was thrown back 5 feet and landed on his back. The masters send their regards. Ryouga. Ukyou yelled. All right, mister. I don't know who you are, but you're going down now. She whipped out her smasher spatula and stood between Rio and Ryouga. Rio got a perplexed look on his face. Say, are you from the kitchen utensils division? What? No. Ryouga stood up slowly, his super endurance saving him once again, and lifted his own umbrella to an attack position. Meanwhile, Ukyou swung with her spatula, but it was hooked by the umbrella handle. Undeterred, she held onto the spatula handle, jumped up, and kicked him in the face. As she landed, Ukyou twisted her spatula free. Rio staggered a few steps back, and then held his umbrella like a rapier. He thrust forward several times and she blocked with her spatula. She noticed that he was making several serious dents in the metal. Suddenly he twirled the umbrella so that the handle was pointed outwards. He swung forward but too far for the strike to reach. To her surprise, she was hit solidly in the jaw. She took a step back and examined her adversary carefully, finally noticing that it looked like his umbrella seemed a bit longer than it was before and was retracting back to its original length. "Telescoping umbrella," said Ryo with a smirk. "You like?" Ukyou took hold of several mini spatulas and aimed for his legs. He jumped forward to attack and to jump over the many spatulas and was met by a spatula thrust straight to the gut. He managed to land on his feet after that, but he was a bit dazed. "Not bad, madam. I'd love to spar more, but I've got a matter of honor to settle with Mr. Hibiki. Step aside before I get serious." As Ryouga was speaking, he lost track of Ryouga, who was getting into position safely hidden from view behind Ukyou. "You want me to step aside? Okay." Ukyou smiled, and totally surprised Ryo by revealing the charging Ryouga that suddenly came into view. "Damn!" was all he could get out before Ryuga's umbrella point slammed into his gut and slammed him nearly off the bridge. Noticing Fod was ever so close to falling into the water, he panicked and flailed, trying to regain his balance. No. Not water. Ryo was grabbed by his shirt colored by Ryouga, who seemed to take notice of Ryo's apparent aversion to water, and held him above the waters. "Now, who the hell are you?" "Don't ruin the suit," said Ryo flatly. "Shut up and talk," said Ryouga. The Gosankuji look-alike smirked. "You really have forgotten, haven't you?" "Hey, Ryouga. I feel insulted even more. What are you talking about? We've met." Ryouga still looked confused. This wasn't what he was expecting. "I've been chasing after you for quite a while now," said Ryo in a low voice, "through Okinawa, across Vietnam, all over China. I must say, you do travel. Gave me a lot of exercise." "You've been," Ryouga paused, merely for dramatic effect, "following my trail." Another pause, "for a year now, eh? Say, you wouldn't have happened to have been through Juzenkaiju?" He shook Ryo a bit. "Well, maybe I have." Ryo saw an opening. The fool was too concentrated on rattling his cage and it had left a very vulnerable spot very much open. "Die!" he yelled, kneeing Ryouga in the crow's nest. Ryuga's face twisted in pain. He let go of Ryo and stumbled back a bit. Ryo grinned, satisfied that the move had the desired effect. Unfortunately, he had forgotten entirely about the swiftly moving waterway below. No. Splash was the last Ryouga heard of his adversary, as Ryo fell into the water. Ryouga and Ukyou quickly went to the edge of the bridge, looking down, but saw nothing. I wonder what his curse was." Ryouga turned away from Festrim. "Whatever he is now, I hope he can swim. Why do you think he's cursed?" He was looking for revenge, wasn't he? And he did say he followed me to China. He did seem really adverse to water too. Asterisk 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 once more. Ryouga and Ukyou walked down the streets of nighttime in Nerima, casually strolling and enjoying the night air. Well, Ukyou said, patting Ryouga in the back, 3 deadly foes in one day. You're up to Ranma-esque levels now. Hey. I never thought about that. About what? Well, ever since Ranma and Akane got serious, look what's happened to 'em. I got engaged to Shampoo, Kodachi is obsessed with me, Ukyou is out to kill me, Sabasa is jealous, a mysterious person from my past Akane seeking vengeance, and you. Hey? Ukyou said uneasily, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Yar. Turn out to be my best friend. Ryouga nervously tugged out his shirt collar. Ukyou looked away, her expression hidden from Ryuga's view. Ryouga, Ukyou said, closing her eyes. What is it? Ryouga nervously asked. Ukyou turned her back to him, her arms hugged around herself. Shuddering her head to the left, then to the right, and then turned to face him. She looked him in the eyes. Ryouga, where the hell are we? He looked around, noticing that they were deep in a forest with city lights blinking far away behind them. Huh? How'd we get here? Asterisk 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 much later. In a hotel room, Ryouga was taking a relaxing hot bath. He also was nursing a nasty bruise where Ryuga's umbrella had impacted and a cut across his stomach where Ukyou's spatula hit him. The dojo destroyer was easy. The idiot from the martial arts tea ceremony dojo HH. Tea ceremony indeed was pathetic. The sad little man who did martial arts handwriting was absolutely a disgrace to martial artists everywhere. Ryouga brought them all down, in the name of the unorthodox weaponry school of martial arts or UWSMA, pronounced as USMA. Ryouga was proving to be different. It seemed that he was just supernaturally unlucky, as far as trying to talk down Hibiki. A wrong step here, a bad guess there, it was always _something_. He had yet to face Hibiki without something utterly stupid happening that ruined the moment. He'd lost to Hibiki before, but never like this. One thing, an odd little thing, was puzzling him. He thought Ryouga should have been at his place of residence. Ryo broke into the Hibiki household one night, a while back, only to find a dusty, unkept, dark and obviously long unlived-in household. He didn't understand that particular mystery at all. He knew Ryuga's sense of direction was bad, but to not even live at his own house. And what about the rest of his family? Could the entire family be as directionally challenged as Ryouga? It seemed to be the case. And part 5 == part V. I remember you == early November. Friday, sunset. Muhashin sat in his hotel room, flipping through a file and looking mildly upset. The previous evening didn't go as well as he had hoped. In fact, it was a disaster. He was intending to breeze in, defeat Hibiki-kama and go back for a well-deserved rest. Easier said than done. Apparently he was beginning to feel all the old frustrations coming back, focused on the one-directional echelon idiot whose name made him wince as if some Hyomi had been scratching a chalkboard with a rake. All the old frustration that he used to feel with him winning all the time. It seemed to him that he'd best familiarize himself with the locals common now that he was going to have to deal with them. He was flipping through log passadas, surveillance information, from popular sources known among all who had somebody to stalk. There were various photos and notes sticked on each of them. Possible allies and enemies. He wanted a plan. A good plan. Something that would hurt Ryouga mentally, at the very least. Fighting honestly was a challenge. Fighting dirty was a sport. There was a photo of a short-haired girl. Akane, age 17. Love interest of Ryouga Hibiki. Potential hostage. Violent tendencies. Approach with caution. Kidnapping. He mulled the possibilities over. It was one of the oldest tricks in the book, cliched terribly, but still it was a plan. Just out of curiosity, he flipped through the file until he reached a name that was bothering him. E.F.G.Go. Sunkuzi, Hikaru.mm, Ryo muttered. He opened the file to find no picture and only one piece of paper. It read, Hikaru Sunkuzi, mostly harmless. Ryo blinked. Mostly harmless ? Ryouga and Ukyou were standing around the restaurant, relaxing since it was a slow day for business. He sat at a table, Ukyou standing nearby at the grill. So who was this guy anyways? And what do you want with you? Ryouga was silent. Hey. Ryouga. Hello? I'm trying to remember, okay? Ryouga continued to concentrate. Well, a couple of years ago. Several years ago. Location, Ryouga stumbled through thick underbrush and dense forest, cursing for the 100th time his inherited sense or, actually, lack of direction. He he'd been in pursuit of that coward Ranma for a while now. It felt like he'd been wandering around for weeks. He staggered onward, ignoring the grumble emanating from the pit of his stomach and the lightheadedness that began to invade his head. He couldn't stop, not now. Vengeance knew no time. But Ryouga was impatient anyways. Frustrated at the dense forest, he gave a determined yell and charged straight forward. Obstacles be damned. To his surprise, the forest suddenly ended and a large wooden wall suddenly loomed ahead. And flashback. So, you made a big entrance, huh? Ukyou smirked. Well, I got out of the forest, didn't I? Countered Ryouga. Ryo put down the file on Nerima's infamous and took a long drink from a can of cola. His eyes narrowed in thought. It had been quite a while since he faced Mr. Hibiki. Although he didn't remember Ryo certainly didn't forget him. Several years ago. The senseis looked down from the front of the dojo while the students sat in the fringes. At the center, two gi-clad figures paced, watching each other warily. One wielded a blue bamboo umbrella. He was breathing heavily, sweat drenching his gi, with various cuts and bruises daubing his body. The other held an obsidian umbrella with a hook and handle. This one had a few tears in his gi, but he was otherwise calm, breathing slowly, and not hurt. The one with the black umbrella relaxed his stance and lowered his umbrella slightly. With an air of smugness, he let a small grin creep across his face. "Kuzuka," he said quietly, low enough for his opponent to hear, but too quiet for the others. "It is not too late to surrender." "Surrender?" hissed Kuzuka. "Yes. Just beg." "Never." Kuzuka charged, slashing with great speed. He left bushes in the floor and left a vacuum in the air with each slash, but his adversary had somehow blocked or dodged every attack. "You've made your decision, Kuzuka. Remember that," said the other just before he hooked Kuzuka's ankle with the umbrella, pulled, then kicked at his knee from the front. There was the unmistakable sound of a joint bending in a way that it wasn't built to, and Kuzuka collapsed on the floor, writhing in pain. "Muhashi, that is enough!" yelled one of the senseis. He either didn't hear the sensei, or ignored him as he swung his umbrella like a bat and struck at Kuzuka's side. "Ryo, I said that is enough!" Ryo kicked Kuzuka in the gut, sending him skidding for several feet before collapsing once more on the floor. Enough? No, this wasn't nearly enough. Kuzuka had been good, and obedient, and quick to learn, a sensei's pet, so to speak. He had made one mistake. He'd hoped of being recognized as an equal in talent to Ryo Muhashi. Ryo wouldn't allow that. People just needed to learn where they belonged. Kuzuka would be an example, one in a long line of examples, of what happened when they tried to surpass him. "Muhoshin. I said, crash a ragged figure, clad in backpack and umbrella, smashed through the walls, knocking Kuzuka out of the way, and ended up taking the head intended for Kuzuka's skull. The stranger staggered a few feet, then collapsed, while Ryo approached him with narrowed eyes. Who was this person that denied him his sport? "Students," boomed one of the senseis, "bring these two to the medical room. Muhashi, you will stay here." And thus went the first meeting of Ryo Muhashi and Ryouga Hibiki. What happened to Hibiki next after that? Ryo knew not. What happened next? Asked Ukyou. "Well, let's see. I crashed through the dojo wall, felt a sharp pain in my head, then I passed out. A while later, Ryouga woke up slowly, feeling very much refreshed. He sensed he was on something soft. He wasn't quite sure what it was, as lately he hadn't been on anything like that. But he was fairly sure it was a bed. He opened his eyes slowly, only to see a young girl with short hair looking down at him, as if examining him. "Well, good morning," she greeted, looking at him curiously. Hi. After that remarkably complex conversation, she left and brought back an older gentleman, who told him that he was suffering from exhaustion and needed a few days of rest. Occasionally, some old men came in and asked him a few questions. Was the martial artist? How skillful was he? Would he care to train with them? In addition to the questions, the old men treated him well, offering Chute a lot in terms of food to eat and hospitality in general. They made him feel very much welcome. And well, said Ryouga, it seemed like they wanted me to stay for a while, and I guess I wanted to pay them back for their kindness. So you hung around there for a while, right? Said Ukyou. Ryouga nodded. It seemed that they didn't want me to go away. If only Hibiki had gone away. Ryo felt that his life would have run fairly smoother, if he had. If only Ryo had known what Hibiki would mean to him, he'd have crippled him on the spot. But no, after Hibiki was taken away, Ryo gave him no further thought, until a few days later. The students were all standing at attention within the dojo, their umbrellas to the side. As usual, Ryo was at front and center, looking rather emotionless. A new student was introduced, a peculiar boy with a bad sense of direction and some need of dental work. As they all found out at the introduction, he was Ryouga Hibiki, already practiced in martial arts and a student there beginning today. Ryo sensed something was amiss. He scanned the faces of his senseis. Sensei Miyagi seemed to be hiding nothing. But the others, they seemed quite happy at the arrival of Hibiki. Something was going on. In the coming months, he found out what was so special about Ryouga. He was a quick learner, if it was within his ability to learn. He'd been beaten by Ryo several times, in the early matches, but after 1 month, Ryouga held his own. And after 2 months, Ryo felt you won me, feeling the incredible weight of Ryuga's umbrella smashing into his gut for the 4th time in the match. The world became a blur and he saw one of the senseis raising his hand to indicate a point scored. For some reason the sensei was standing next to Ryouga. Why was everyone cheering? Then a frown traveled across his normally calm face. Less than he beat me. He beat me. He beat me. Me exclamation point greater than Ryo sensed the eyes of all who feared him looking down at him now with ridicule. Who was afraid of the big bad Ryo? He'd finally been beaten, soundly as well, and by a student that had been to the school briefly. It didn't matter that he had been trained as a martial artist previously. The only thing that everyone looked for was honor or loss. Less than was this what the senseis were up to. Getting a Hirtgen to put me in my place. I was in my place. At the top. Ryouga he single quote will pay for this greater than as fate would have it. The next several months were exercises in frustration. He'd come close sometimes. Very close. And once he even had the opportunity to kill him. But for some reason, with each umbrella blade pressed at Ryuga's throat, he passed that up. Ryouga showed no extreme passion for the art, At least, in his own opinion. Ryo just didn't understand. Why was he staying there? Month, after month, question mark, exclamation point, equals. Anyways, I stayed there for a couple of months. Learned a few things. Sparred a lot with people. Ryo was one of them, I guess. Rambled Ryouga. Did you do anything to make him mad? Wondered Ukyou. No. I don't think so. We sparred a lot. That's about it. Did he act mean to you? Hostile? No. He was just kinda stiff, but always polite about things. So, how'd you end up leaving, then? Ryouga tapped his chin, thinking. Let's see. It was after several months. Outside, the sky was somewhat overcast and the breeze was strong. Ryouga stood outside, in front of the UWSMA dojo, which specialized in umbrellas and other protest-sized gear of the like. It had been several months now, and he had a nagging feeling that he was forgetting something. Hibiki, hello, said a flat, cordial, but mostly emotionless voice. Oh. Hi, Mohashin. Ryo perched himself upon the railing that lined the edge of the porch and looked down at Ryouga, who was standing outside of the building's protected roof. Tell me, Ryouga, honestly, why have you come here? Why? What brought you this way? I was, mumbled Ryouga, searching his memory, hunting down Somyeon. I think. Ryo narrowed his eyes and looked at Ryouga suspiciously. Is that so? He twirled his umbrella slowly, and removed the protective guard from the blade tape. Who, may I ask? Ryuga's eyes widened in horror. How could he forget about Ranma? The scum that ran out on their duel. Suddenly, Ryouga yelled to the sky, Ranma. I'll find you yet. Ryo stared in surprise as Ryouga suddenly bolted away, smashing through several buildings in his attempt to find his way around. There were several yells of anger as people stepped out of the damaged buildings and looked for the offending rampant traveler, but Ryouga was already gone, once more into the great wide open. Where on earth am I now? And, well, after that, I made my way to China, and then Ranma at Jews and Ukyou. That's when Ranma ruined my— Oh, please, Ryouga. Let's not start on that again, Well, it was his fault. How long are you gonna be mad about that? Prodded Ukyou, irritated. It was a long time ago, It was a long time that the memory of Ryouga irked him. The mention of his name raised his blood pressure and lit his fuse. But things changed, although slowly, with the exit of Hibiki from the scenario. Life had resumed its status quo, or so he had hoped. Unfortunately, the shadow of Hibiki's achievements did not leave with him. He saw less fear in the eyes of his fellow students. He knew what they were thinking. One of them would take him down, maybe not now, maybe not tomorrow, but one of them, and sometime. Because they finally thought he was not unbeatable, far from it in fact. And then there was the way the senseis constantly reminded him of his humiliation, rubbing it in his face that he'd been brought low by an outsider with less training than he. They dared speculate that he would never have the amount of potential that the Hibiki boy had. And they reminded him of this every day. Technically, there was nothing standing in the way of his regaining his former rank of top student, and soon he was once again on the edge of being graduated to the highest level he could achieve without being a sensei. He knew that there were others better than him, certainly, but that's why they're the senseis, after all. A time would come when he'd have that title too, but that was the future. He was interested in a smaller time scale. Then, one day, the senseis had a meeting. Ryo sat outside the dojo, eavesdropping on a meeting of several senseis off some topic that rumored to be around him. So far, what he heard was rather interesting. I strongly disagree with this method, gentlemen. It will aggravate that he's already formidable mean streak. It won't make him a better person at all. It's bad enough that you had reminded him daily of his inferiority to the boys. Ryo recognized that voice. It was Sensei Miyagi. Everything was of peace and calm. Inferiority indeed. Hibiki ran out on us, Miyagi. Without word of explanation. He insults us with such behavior, said one voice. Besides, what better way to test Musashi than to send him against the own person that has managed to defeat him on a consistent basis? If he loses, then he might be humbled at last, or perhaps driven into hiding the same, who knows? But he is likely to become our problem no more. And if he wins, it will sharpen Musashi's confidence level. We ourselves can still turn him away from his more undesirable habits, with more rigorous training. Ryo knew those as well. Senseis Kazutaka and Ichiro. Your previous plan to make Musashi a more mild-mannered person has failed, said Miyagi. All you achieved was to make Musashi nearly psychotic at the mention of the name Hibiki. Manipulating those boys like thought. You should be ashamed. Whatever you plan to do with him, I wash my hands of it. Do you hear? And with that, Miyagi's footsteps were heard, followed by the opening and closing of a door. Less than so, that was what was going on. They had enticed Ryouga to stay calm, his purpose being to humble me ? Greater than thought Ryo, somewhat angrily. Less than I will not bend up greater than, let's go find Musashi, sighed Ichiro. At this point, Ryo couldn't resist but make a smooth entrance. He strode into the room, grinning dangerously. As he expected, they assigned him to take down Hibiki, and to his pleasant surprise, a few others who had seemed to have offended the honor of the UWSMA at some point. Ryouga, as well as the others, had been located in Nerima, amongst a small community of other martial artists. Ryo was given a file on them, obtained through unknown sources, and was sent on his way with a fair amount of travel money. He'd do things his way. Oh, this, he decided from the start. A little gambling here, a little extortion there, and he was financially self-sufficient. The senseis also didn't put a time limit on his hunt, so he decided to have a small vacation of sorts. It took an entire year. A little sightseeing, some new martial arts techniques learned, a few people crushed along the way. But all good things must pass, and Ryo felt that he'd best get back to the job at hand. And so, onward he went to Nerima, to begin Hibikianing at last. Ryouga HM and, thinking about the situation. What would it take to stop Ryo from hunting him? It was all a big misunderstanding, right? Ryouga was sure that maybe if they talked things over the problem would be settled. Maybe. Then again, that approach didn't exactly work on him when Ranma tried it. Ryouga, mind if I ask you a favor? HM? Yeah, sure. Ranma and Akane are going to see some movies. They invited me to go along and, well, you'd feel uncomfortable alone with those two, right? You got it. So could you? Yeah, sure. No problem. Just keep Ranma away from me. Please ? Double quote. The memory of Ranma-chan kissing him was still an incredibly traumatic memory. One he'd rather do without. Ryo took in all the memories of the last few years, letting the grudge soak into himself. Nothing like a surge of anger to boost a bone's fighting spirit. Just then, something caught his eyes. Something that was strong enough to deflate his forgotten spirit. He picked up the newspaper. Oh my. The Jackie Chan Festival. Mustn't miss that. He felt the adrenaline rush drain away from his body, as his muscles loosened and his blood pressure dropped suddenly. Ryouga could wait. There was always time to appreciate the finer things in life. END Part 6 Part VI just a little date Akane, do you really think this is gonna work? Definitely. She's gonna feel awkward about being alone with the two of us. You know the saying three's a crowd, right? She's not gonna want to be stuck alone with a couple, so she's gonna ask Ryouga to go with her. It's a sure thing. Well, yeah. Hey, what could go wrong? It was just another Friday night at the Nakoyaden. Cologne was offering about somewhere. Shampoo was alternating between overseeing the cooking and serving as waitress, and Moose. He had something important on his mind. He was contemplating his last long conversation with Ryouga. What? You think Ranma beat Shampoo honorably? Some big arranged fight? Let me tell you, he beat her totally by accident, and when she was trying to hit someone else. You tell me how honorable that is, huh? It was true then, and it didn't have to be a big formal challenge. It didn't have to be a full-fledged fight. Ranma blindsided her, and look how much she chased after him. Where was the honor in Ranma's victory for her? Since when did he let honor stand in the way of his quest to win Shampoo's heart? Anyways, some of his attacks on Ranma were, he admitted to himself, a little less than honorable. He looked over to Shampoo. She was checking on a pot, her back turned. It could just be as simple as a blow to the head. She peered into the pot, her concentration on nothing else at the moment. A good hit and the right moment. Like now. Moose. YH. Moose jumped back, not noticing that Cologne had entered the room and had been watching for a while now. What's wrong, boys? You're sweating badly and shaking. Go take a break. Why yes. Sure. Moose stepped out the back door and breathed deeply. Questions bounced in his head. Can I do this? She's not going to be single forever. Time is slipping away. Where's the honor in this? Who needs honor? What should I do? Stupid Amazon laws. He sighed and re-entered the kitchen. Shampoo was there, stirring some ramen. Cologne was gone once more. Just one blow, he thought. He whipped a mallet out of his sleeve. Just one. Shampoo. One hit. What do you want, Moose? I'm busy. And she's mine. Asterisk wham asterisk 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 asterisk. So, which one's your favorite? Asked Ranma. Drunken Master I. Definitely, said Ryouga. I dunno. Dragons Forever was better, I think, replied Ukyou. Ranma, Akane, Ryouga, and Ukyou casually strolled down the streets, in their way to the Jackie Chan festival. Akane and Ranma walked arm in arm casually, while Ukyou walked on Ranma's side and Ryouga walked alongside Akane. Ryouga and Ukyou seemed to silently but mutually agree not to appear like they were a couple. Hey Ryouga, Ranma asked, I heard some guy attacked you last week. Yeah. Old grudge or something like that. Really? Yup. Well, said Ranma, looking smug, what comes around goes around, HM? Asterisk wham asterisk wham asterisk. Both Ukyou and Akane elbowed Ranma at the same time. In stereo, they yelled, stop picking on Ryouga. Ow. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Rio walked along the streets of Nerima, once again clad in suit, on his way to the Jackie Chan Film Festival. He was looking forward to this. If there was anybody out there that represented the unorthodox weaponry martial arts school, it could easily be Jackie Chan. He used chairs left parenthesis covered in the furniture division, pottery, scattered amongst furniture, gardening, and some other subdivisions of the school, and other interesting and diverse weapons. Yes indeed, there's nothing like a good Jackie Chan film. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Female. Short hair. Looks like she just hit some guy. She's standing next to Ryouga. Thought. Target found. But wait. Mr. Chan and the cinema wait. Damnation, what a dilemma. He muttered. Rio debated the pros and cons of doing the job now and doing the job later. It was a perfect setup. The girl was already there and so was Ryouga. Besides, it would be a dramatic and bold assault, would it not? Looks like Jackie Chan will evacuate. The first two movies were so anyways. The real good ones wouldn't be shown for hours. He checked his inventory. Umbrella was at the ready. Strips of cloth thought would serve as gags. A rope. A gas grenade. and it looked like he had a good angled jump from the roof to the street below too. Time to get to work. Asterisk 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 Ryouga sensed something was wrong. As Ranma and Akane broke into any of their typical arguments, he heard something sailing through the air. He turned around to see Ryouga landing gently and closing his umbrella. Ryo looked up at everyone, smiled, and simply said, "Hello." Then he threw down a handful of small capsules and the group was suddenly surrounded by smoke. Asterisk cough asterisk, perhaps I used too much. Ryo wondered quietly. He advanced on where Akane was standing and poked her with the tip of his umbrella on a spot on her back. She passed out and was slung over Ryo's shoulder. Studying a little on pressure points made abductions so much easier. Ryo couldn't help but give off a little laugh and ran off into the night. A strong breeze suddenly hit, and the smoke cleared. Ranma looked around. "Hey, where's Akane?" He looked around, shouting, "Akane!" Ryouga looked down. This was his fault, he felt. Someone comes after him and now his friends are getting caught up in it. How dare he bring outsiders into a duel? "Hey, what's that on the ground?" Ryouga warned. "Hey, what's that on the ground?" He reached for a small envelope left on the ground with to Ryouga written on it. He opened it up and read the message aloud. "Hibiki. Sorry about the inconvenience, but I felt like I needed to give you a bit more motivation for the next time we fight. If you want your girlfriend back, meet me where we first met. Be there in 20 minutes. Wow." Ryouga looked up at Ukyou. "You remember the place where we fought real last time? Come on," Ranma said, grabbing Ryuga's arm. "I'm gonna kill that guy." Ranma thought to himself, "If he hurts her, I'll kill him." Asterisk 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 Akane slowly regained consciousness. Where was she? The last she remembered was a bunch of smoke. She moved her arms, but they were tied and felt what was near her hands, a steel pole. She opened her eyes and saw that she was tied up on a street lamp on a bridge. Akane sighed. She really hated playing the part of the hostage. It was so insulting. And stereotypical too. GR. Men. Akane began to work on the ropes tying her down when her captor finally made his presence known. "Excuse me, but the role of the hostage is usually to just stand still while the so-called hero comes in for a rescue attempt." The voice came from behind her. "Let me go now." "HM. No. Not yet. I really don't intend to do anything with Kama really. Don't worry about that. I do intend on severely hurting your significant other, at the very least. He'll beat you. You'll see." Akane winced as she said those words. She had a hard time believing that she'd actually said something as corny as that. Ryo clapped sarcastically, his face emotionless. "There you go. That's how a hostage is supposed to behave. Who are you anyways? I didn't introduce myself. Ryouga. School of Unorthodox Weaponry Martial Arts, Umbrella Division, and due for a promotion, as soon as I crush your significant other. Ryo stepped into view and gave a little salute with his umbrella. Hope this doesn't take too long. I don't want to miss too much of the Jackie Chan festival. It seems I'll miss that first hour already. Ranma angrily stomped down the street, dragging Ryouga with him and followed by Ukyou. Where is it? He growled. Just around the corner, Ranshin. The trio turned the corner and the bridge came into sight. They saw Ryo casually talking with Akane, who was tied up to a lamppost and looking very angry. Guys, I'll be right back. Hey, wait, Ryouga started. He took my fiancée. If he hurt her, I'll kill him. Neither Ryouga or Ukyou had ever seen Ranma so angry before. Ranma ran on the bridge, focusing on his target. Akane was still engaged in conversation with Ryo. What do you want with Ranma anyways? I thought you were after Ryouga. Ryo looked confused. Ranma? What about him? Ranma, my fiancé. What? But I was told Ryouga was in love with you. Mumbo, Ryouga's just my friend. Ranma's my fiancé. Ranma? He fretted. Things were going wrong already. Yeah, me. Was all the warning Ryo got as he was struck from behind with a blow that flung him to the side barriers of the bridge. As he recovered from that blow, he heard footsteps getting closer. He turned to face his adversary. Wait, TNSHINAMAGU was all he heard in reply, as an insane amount of punches landed on him. Ryo managed to block only a few of them, and then jumped away to a safe distance and landed wobbling. He checked himself. Bloodied nose, multiple bruises, left arm felt like a jackhammer was used on it, and yet another suit was ruined. No turning back now. He was going to have to fight to get out of this situation. Ranma charged at Ryo again, but this time Ryo was ready. He held his umbrella by the point and began to glow. You're mine! Ranma yelled. Hey! Untie me, you idiot! Akane yelled. Ryouga Ken! Ryo jumped back and swung his umbrella, releasing a boomerang-shaped blast of energy from the curved handle. Ranma held his hands forward and yelled, Mokota Kabisha, releasing a Sonki attack, destroying the Ryouga Ken and impacting with Ryo. He was knocked off his feet and landed flat on his back. Akane tore free from her bonds and stomped towards the fight. Ouch, Ryo muttered, getting up. Before he was able to stand up, Ranma already was standing above him and grabbed him by his necktie, putting Ryo in a choke of sorts. ACK, was all he could say to that. Ranma looked at him in disbelief. Gosankuji? He spat, narrowing his eyes. The name Gosankuji was beginning to get on his nerves. Whatever. Who do you think you are? Kidnapping my fiancée. Gekihou. Ryo yelled as he swung the glowing umbrella handle hard and fast at Ranma's chest. Ranma blocked in time with his arm, but the impact was still incredibly hard, and Ranma was slammed several feet into the air, landing against the lamppost where Akane was tied up. Ranma got up, but he looked like he was in pain, and his left arm was limp at his side. "All right," Ryo said, trying to get up. "I think what we have here is a big misunderstanding. I was told the lady was Ryouga's, not yours. My deepest apologies, really. Now if you'll excuse me Ryo didn't notice Akane zooming in on him as he got up, and she hammered him hard with a left hook which sent him flying back again. "Okay, that's it. Lady, ACK Ryo didn't notice that Ryouga was sneaking up from behind until he felt Fi's neck being crushed. Ryo was lifted into the air and held over the side of the bridge, over the waters. "So," Ryouga said, angrily, "picking on my friends now?" "Heck," Ryo weakly offered. As discreetly as he could, Ryo swiveled his umbrella until the tip wanted to the ground. He smiled weakly at Ryouga and with throat-crushed croaked, "Bakusa Tenketsu." As he said the word Ryouga single quote's eyes widened in surprise. Then the umbrella tip touched the concrete and the cement under Ryo and Ryouga suddenly exploded, sending them both to the waters below. "Hey no!" Ryouga screamed. Akane was near. If she found out Thad was P-chan, he was dead. He reached out and managed to grab some metal gearing that stuck out of the now destroyed part of the bridge and held on in a death grip. Ryouga gently swayed back and forth high above the waters, holding on with one hand. "Damn you!" Splash was all Ryo had to say about the situation. Ranma, Akane, and Ukyou ran to the side of the bridge and looked down. Ryo was nowhere to be seen. They all looked into the waters, checking for any signs of his escape. A shoe and a suit jacket floated in the waters. A few frogs were at the water's edge. Some birds flew away. Bugs hovered around the area. "I guess he's gone," Ranma said. "What a jerk." Ukyou grumbled. "Looks a lot like Gosankuji, doesn't he?" Akane added. "Hey! Somebody pull me up!" Ryouga yelled. Cologne had stepped out of the Nakeful and briefly to buy some ingredients at the local market. As she was shopping, a feeling of dread washed over her. Cologne immediately rushed home to find a strange scene. Standing in front of the Nakeful and with a mallet in his hand was Moose. He was grinning like a maniac. "Moose! Snap out of it, boys! Moose!" Moose wasn't responding. He was just giggling slightly and looking at the stars. This wasn't a good sign. Could he have possibly done it? Had Moose finally snapped after all these years of rejection? Cologne rushed into the kitchen to find Shampoo slowly recovering and with a big bump on her head. "Oh number," Cologne realized what might have happened. "Great-grandmother, what is it?" Shampoo still looked a bit groggy. "No. How did he do this? He must have used some trickery. I will not allow such weaklings into our bloodline." "Sorry, old ghoul," Moose arrogantly said, swaggering into the kitchen. He was still grinning like a maniac. I'd checked the books. I'd even got a precedent. Everything is settled. Shampoo was still a bit groggy, and was becoming upset when she realized that Moose knocked her out with a mallet. "What you hit me for?" she asked. "Shampoo, you are mine." H H H H H H H H H H H. Shampoo didn't understand at first. Then she realized it. Moose knocked her out. He beat her. He was. Shampoo took a deep breath. Then she opened her mouth. Hey no. ***** Saturday morning in his hotel room, Ryouga woke up, feeling much better than he had been when he fell into the river. He was hurt, true, but not badly, and he always did recover fast. That showed him had blazing speed, strong skill, definitely someone to avoid. He'd almost hurt Rio badly. Almost. The girl was tough too. Her punch felt like a sledgehammer. He criticized himself for allowing those two to get so many hits, and Rio still had quite a few tricks left down Vale. But until he was fully recovered, he'd just lie in wait. Anyways, the Jackie Chan Film Festival was running for 36 years straight, so he could still catch maybe 20 hours worth of good old martial arts action. As he headed to the shower, he wondered why the hell these people around here were fond of dumping their adversaries in the river. It was incredibly annoying. He was running out of good suits, and a lot of his shoes were not waterproof. The suede ones were totally ruined. Maybe his sister was right. Maybe dressing up in a suit didn't intimidate the enemy very much, or at all. Anyways, the dry cleaner bill was killing him. He headed out the door, this time in ordinary black pants and gray shirt. He had plenty of these, and ruining a set would be cheaper than ruining a good suit. He was dressed almost exactly like Gosankuzi. Had he known this kind of thing would have been different, but that's life. Walking towards the theater, Rio noticed that a lot of people, very foot-like in appearance, were beginning to follow him. Then he noticed the wall of thugs that was forming a few feet ahead of him. He was surrounded. Oh, Thugfest perhaps? Rio wondered. One massive person stepped up. He was incredibly muscular and was wielding a heavy chain. In a deep voice, he said, "Hey, punk, remember us? The fury nuisances. I don't have time for this," Rio replied slowly. "We'll make time, Gosankuzi. And this time, you're not gonna run away. You are making a mistake. Get him." The lead thug yelled. "Oh well, I guess I could use the practice." 10 minutes later, Rio brushed off his shirt. It got a bit of dust on it, and a small amount of blood, not his. Behind him was a street full of thugs in bruised, twisted, slightly vibrant, and mostly unconscious condition. Rio went up to what he assumed was the chief thug, who was currently laying face first in the dirt. He grabbed his hair and pulled his face up. "If I see you again," Rio said with narrowed eyes, "I kill you." Asterisk in the darkness of a theater in the front row, Akane, Ranma, Ukyou, and Ryouga sat, enjoying drunken Master II. They'd gone back to the theater after the fight with Rio, and after Ranma stopped by Dr. Tofu's to get his arm checked. As it turned out, his arm was badly bruised. Ukyou and Ryouga insisted on getting Ranma's head checked as well. Of course, he took it as an insult and demanded that they head back to the theater before they miss anything else. They'd been there since the day before, getting a solid 10 hours off Aki-chan. However, not all of them could endure the marathon straight through. Despite her violent tendencies and martial arts skills, Akane didn't enjoy action movies as much as the others. They were enjoyable, but she wasn't fanatical about it. She fell asleep after the 8th hour, her head resting on Ranma's shoulder. Ranma, on the other hand, was fanatical about it. He was chugging down High's 4th mega-size soda, loaded with caffeine, and was staring at the screen with wide eyes. The only film he came close to disliking was the own Jackie Made in America, in which he was partnered with some old Italian gooey. The Protector was the title of that little film. Watching that movie convinced Ranma that those Americans could never ever get action movies done right. It was talent wasted. Ukyou was paying almost as much attention as Ranma was. She loved these types of movies. She watched a lot of them in her childhood, and it made her feel nostalgic watching them again. Ryouga was trying to stay awake. He didn't see movies much at all. Being lost for roughly 70% of his life tends to put going to movie theaters somewhat low on the list of things to do. Ryouga admitted that the action was pretty good, the stunt work was fabulous, and the humor was good, but he had things weighing on his mind that made him tired. Slowly he drifted into sleep, ever so slowly slumping to one side, his head falling, and falling. Ukyou's eyes suddenly widened. She felt something heavy on her right shoulder. It was making an awful hacksaw kind of noise. She slowly turned her head only to see Ryouga, fast asleep and snoring. She wasn't sure of what to do. A part of her felt that the guy deserved a rest. Another part of her thought she should slug him through the roof. She looked over at Ranma and sighed. There they were, the cozy couple, and there she was, with nobody. She looked at Ryouga, who was still asleep. Stuck with you instead, she murmured. Yeah, stuck with Ryouga, the Wonder Pig. She remembered the first time they met. She was still in extreme cross-dresser mode back then, and he thought that she was a guy. Then Ranma showed Ryouga that she was a girl by opening Ukyou's shirt. Idiots, both of them. Ranma sensed something was up. He looked to his right to see Ryouga leaning on Ukyou. He held back a slight laugh. Wasn't it usually the girl that leans on the guy? That Ryouga, what a wimp. Then a terrible buzz of sound erupted briefly. Ranma's smile disappeared. How was he supposed to enjoy the movie with that noise going on? He reached over to shake Ryuga's head a bit. Ukyou was stunned when she realized Ranma was putting his arm around her. She was unsure of what to do. Yes, she still wanted him and was glad he was putting his arm around her, but right here underscore with underscore Akane at the same time. Like this. Her heart was beating heavily and she wasn't sure what to do. Ranma, reaching behind Ukyou, gave Ryouga's head a thump. In doing so, Ranma had to lean towards Ryouga, and hence, lean towards Ukyou, who was staring straight ahead and blushing deep red. Ryouga woke up to the feel of someone thumping his head, which was enough to make him mad. He looked around to see who hit him. Akane, leaning on Ranma, woke up since he was leaning away from her. She blinked her eyes, yawned, and then looked at Ranma. Ranma noticed that Akane wasn't leaning on his shoulder anymore, which meant that she must be awake again. He also noticed that Ryouga woke up as well, and was in an angry mood. He was getting a nagging feeling so nothing was wrong when he noticed that Ukyou was wide-eyed and blushing badly. That nagging feeling became a strong sense of danger when he noticed that Ryouga was not only looking angry, but now looking angrily at him. He turned slowly, that strong sense of danger still kicking with him, and noticed that Akane was looking right at him too, and definitely not in a kind and loving way. "What do you think you're doing?" Akane and Ryouga both said. Comprehension finally snapped into place. Ranma sat up straight, removed his arm from around Ukyou, looked panic-stricken, and stammered, It's not what you guys think. Really. I mean, it was just... Well? Akane asked, looking angrier by the second. Well, Ryouga was... What about me? So dumb? Ryouga wasn't getting any happier either. I mean... Oh number, Ranma got hammered in stereo, as Ryouga's and Akane's fists landed solidly on opposite sides of his face. Ow! Will you just let me explain? Rio sat quietly in the balcony. For the most part he was enjoying himself. He arrived just in time to catch drunken Master II, and Twin Dragons was next on the list. Life was good. Well, almost. There were a pack idiots in the bottom front row making all sorts of noise. He thought about key blasting them into silence, but changed his mind. Today was a day for rest. He sat back and smiled. Everybody in the theater was enjoying themselves. They didn't notice he saw anything lurking, cruising through the rows. Along the balcony, chaos was slowly spreading. A girl jumped up startled, and then slapped the guy next to her. Other girls suddenly felt a little colder than usual, and were startled to discover that their undergarments had mysteriously vanished. One girl, sitting in the front row of the balcony, was checking in her purse when she suddenly felt a light squeeze on her chest. She looked up angrily, saw that the man sitting a seat away from her seemed to be enjoying the movie too much. He was sitting back and smiling, and gave that man a solid slap in the face. Pervert. She yelled. OW. Rio didn't know what brought that about. Damned crazy woman. Just slapping him like that for no reason. Then he heard the voice. It cackled. He heard that cackle before. He listened carefully. What a haul! Ryo grabbed his umbrella, stood up, and looked for his prey. They thought. Asterisk 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 Ranma had finally diffused the situation, explaining everything. Akane went back to leaning on his shoulder and fell asleep again, but this time with a somewhat angry look on her face. Ukyou was still staring straight ahead at the screen. Ryouga went back to watching the movie, but was slowly falling asleep too. Suddenly, there was the sounds of panic coming from the balcony seats. Ranma looked up to see what was causing a commotion in the balcony when he heard a yell of G-E-K-I-H-O-U, which was followed by a solid asterisk boom asterisk from the balcony. From the center of a flash of light, a little 2-foot-tall figure rocketed through the air and hit the theater screen with the asterisk thwop asterisk. Oh great, it's him. Kappa's eyes, embedded within the screen, looked at his attacker and his eyes began to glow red. You again. How dare you interfere with me? Ranma blinked. Usually that type of dialogue was reserved for use on him. Apparently, someone else had incurred Kappa's wrath. Muhoshin. D-I-E-E. Kappa's eye yelled. Suddenly, a ghostly snake-like blast shot out towards someone in the balcony. Ranma felt sorry for whoever Kappa's eye was mad at. When the little pervert was really ticked off, he was nearly unbeatable. Ranma would normally not mind helping beat up the little pervert, but just for today, he was out with his wife and friends, and just wanted to enjoy himself. Akane stirred, yawning. She turned to Ranma. Sorry I fell asleep again. Did I miss anything? Nothing much. Meanwhile, Kappa's eye peeled himself off of the screen and rocketed towards the balcony. Asterisk 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 Ryo was running for the doors. Whatever the hell that thing was that the old wretch shot forth scared the hell out of him. He could swear that he saw the image of the old man's face on it. Ryo knew trouble when he saw it, and so he made a strategic retreat, with the thing closed behind. Gonna make it. Gonna make it, gonna make it, gonna asterisk ACK asterisk, asterisk asterisk boom asterisk asterisk Ryo was flung out the door, through the wall, and out into the sidewalk. Outside, people were staring at the young man that had just crashed through the building and landed on the cement. Among the noise of the crowd, people were yelling, "Hey, I think he's dead. Somebody call an ambulance," and "Damn martial artists." Finally he stirred. "Oh, UCH. He yelled. Ryo got up wearily, feeling not too well at all, and stumbled back towards his hotel in a daze. Just go rightly and leave this damned town. This place is bad for my health. ACK. This new ACK was caused by a gymnastic ribbon, which suddenly wrapped itself around his neck. Ryo tried to undo the ribbon and breathe. Then he heard it. The most infamous laugh in Nerima. Ho 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 ho. What was that you were saying? You, threatening my Ryouga darling? I think not. Ryo was looking up at a rather familiar-looking girl. Wait a minute, he thought to himself. She was in the file. What was that name? Kodachi Kunu. HM. Looks better in real life. But around Ryouga, there's no explanation for bad taste. Excuse me, Ryo croaked. Kodachi's ribbon still wound around his neck, double quote. I thought you were after a guy named Ranma. Kodachi turned away, striking a dramatic pose, which allowed Ryo to loosen the ribbon. Oh, but I do love Ranma. But also Ryouga. What's a girl to do? I shall have them both. She turned dramatically towards her prey only to see empty space. Ryo was already running down the street at top speed. Ryo looked behind him to see if anyone was in pursuit. It looked like Kodachi wasn't going to bother chasing him. That was good. Then Shampoo popped out of the Ryo-made hole in the theater building. Thought was bad. I'm not finished yet. Shampoo yelled. Ryo ran through alleys and around corners furiously. He wasn't sure he could handle the troll from hell yet. Damned pervert troll martial artist, he muttered. Who's a pervert? Shampoo asked, suddenly next to him. Oh. Here, Junior, hold this. Ryo looked at what Shampoo was holding out. It was a bomb. Immediately, he did the patented martial artist super jump trademark away from Shampoo's eyes, escaping from the explosion. You die _now_. Twin Dragons is showing in an hour. He twirled his umbrella, which began to glow at its curved handle. Shampoo's eyes turned red again and he suddenly seemed to become a gigantic, maybe 7 feet in height. He charged at Ryo. Ryo once again leapt into the air, this time charging at Shampoo's with his umbrella still twirling. At the peak of his jump, Ryo yelled grudge K-Ken, and dozens of boomerang-shaped energy projectiles flew out in Shampoo's general direction while others flew off target CGI. Trees were blasted, windows shattered, lampposts destroyed, and a park bench was flung 20 feet before crashing into a wall, where it sprouted arms, legs, and the head of a blonde girl and ran off. Shampoo was trying to stand his ground, but the impact of dozens of blasts drove him to his knees and forced him into his normal tiny self. How ironic, Ryo said, noticing yes, while still in the air. After all, it was a martial artist super jump trademark where the chase had ended up bringing him. He was back by the bridge again. Ryo landed in front of the dazed pervert and poked him at a certain pressure point which severely dazed the already weakened Shampoo. He started pounding on Shampoo's violently with key-charged hatchet swings from his umbrella which buried Shampoo's deeper into the pavement with each hit. Now old man, you die. Ryo grinned evilly. He held Shampoo's down by stomping on the old man's body with his foot. Then he held the umbrella bit handle this time, aimed the point end at Shampoo's head, and yelled AKUSAI-10-KDSU, jabbing the old man's skull. Ouch. Shampoo yelled. Hey? Ryo blinked. This didn't seem right. From what he'd managed to observe during his brief spying of the Chinese Amazon tribes, That should worked. It worked great on buildings and boulders, why not on mini trolls? The old man's skull should be splattered all over the pavement, shouldn't it? He gave it one more try. BAKUSAI 10KDSU. Asterisk tap asterisk, ouch. To hell with it. Time to stick with what was reliable. He held feet up, holding the umbrella like a golf club, reared back with the handle beginning to glow, and closed his eyes. The wooden handle glowed brighter, until it was almost blinding. Kappa's finally regained some control of his motor skills and tried to squirm out from under Ryo's foot. Ryo opened his eyes and yelled, "Gekihou," slamming Kappa's across town and leaving a big rip in the pavement. "I am victorious. H-H-H-H-H-H." He yelled triumphantly, just before the bomb that Kappa's left behind exploded, flinging him high into the air and once again into the river. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Moose was sitting idly on the roof, happy almost to the point of insanity. This was indeed a good day. There were signs of good tidings everywhere. The sun shone, the birds were chirping, a gentle breeze was blowing, and he just saw Kappa's flying across the sky. Inside the Nakoyadan, Cologne was digging through the ancient laws of Amazons to find a way to cancel the marriage. Shampoo had reacted as oddly as she thought she would. Now, what to do? Thought. Here he saw nothing. Cologne hopped onto the roof, slightly dampening Moose's good mood. "What do you want, you old mummy?" Moose asked. "I have gone through the laws of our people and I have come to stop you are indeed a rightful groom to Shampoo. I am the rightful groom to Shampoo. You Ryouga." Oh, he'd forgotten about that. Mouse wondered what happened when two people are engaged to the same woman. You must defeat Ryouga before you can marry Shampoo. That isn't a problem, is it? Of course not. Moose was sure that he could work something out with Ryouga. After all, he certainly didn't want to be engaged to Shampoo. Cologne still wasn't sure how she would be able to use this to their advantage, but she was sure she'd think of something before their duel. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Kappa's slammed into the pavement. Hard. The impact made a small crater. He slowly crawled out of it, pervert power dragging him on. For anyone else, this would be a dire situation, but for Kappa's, it was a momentary problem. He'd been beaten, battered, bruised, bludgeoned, tossed into a cave with dynamite, and had always come back for more. All he needed was one touch of that special silky feeling and all would be well, instantly. He thought about that new nuisance, Mohashin. An interesting and amusing diversion. It just wasn't fun anymore going up against Ranma. Was it because his clashes with the future heir of the School of Anything Goes martial arts were becoming repetitive? Maybe. A part of him looked forward to abusing his new sparring partner, very much. But until then, there were more immediate concerns. Massive, internal bleeding, broken bones, losing consciousness. Must have Panties. He wheezed. Suddenly, a bikini-clad cream-haired girl flew by. She had horns. I thought he was finally going into shock. She flew around looking about, and then flew to him. I smiled. He guessed he'd never heard of the infamous I before. Excuse me? She asked. Have you seen my Avaru around here? Avaru? Why, I'm Avaru. Khmer, Sweetums. Amazingly, despite his massive internal injuries, he managed to leap up and clomped onto her chest. I enjoyed himself as only a pervert of his status could. He felt the injuries slowly melt away, his life force building itself up slowly. Yah! Pervert! She yelled, suddenly crackling with energy. She grabbed Apau's by the skull and pumped an ungodly amounts of electricity, frying off all his hair and killing off a few brain cells as well. He finally lost his grip and dropped to the floor, charred and sizzling. It was quickly followed by a severe malleting. Apau's struggled to get up, but fell on his back. He groaned, tried to get up once more, and then fell into unconsciousness. ****** much later Ryouga wandered the restaurant, looking for the stairs to the attic. He was worn out from watching mass quantities of theatrical martial arts. It was amazing, he thought, how the roof of a building could shift itself in space and time. As he walked by the main room, he heard a sniffle, and then several more of them. He followed the sound to the window table where Ukyou sat with a glass of water, looking depressed. He went to her. "Hey," he said, putting a hand on her shoulder. Ukyou whirled around and swung with her spatula instinctively. ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Ryouga back to his feet and then sat back down. "Don't scare me like that, stupid." "Sorry." He sat down across from her and rubbed the sore spot on his face. "You okay?" Ryouga asked. "I'm the one that hit you, sugar," she said, amused. "No. I mean, you know." She sighed. No. Not really. I guess what happened with Ranma back at the theater. I mean, oh, said Ryouga. He wasn't good at this comforting a hurt friend conversational kind of thing. I thought that I was over it. "Need one?" asked Ryouga, offering a bandana. "Thanks," Ukyou said quietly, taking the bandana, wiping her eyes slightly and blowing her nose with it. "I know how you feel," said he. They sat there in silence, Ukyou sniffling once in a while, and Ryouga sitting there at a loss for words. "Well," he finally said, "get some rest, okay? Good night." Ryouga said, patting her on the back. Then he went off once more in his quest for the spatially displaced attic. "Knight, Ryouga." And part 7 == part G I'm to strive == mid-November. Monday morning, asterisk RIIN asterisk RIIN asterisk RIII, hello, equals hello, this is Ryouga Hashin. Equals good morning, Mr. Muhashin, equals I called before, regarding information on certain persons who are in the Furankan HS area. Regarding Ryouga Hibiki in particular. Equals, oh, yes, I remember you. It's been a while. Equals your information. It was rather inaccurate. Equals, pardon? Equals where to start. Ryouga Hibiki no longer resides at the Tendu Dojo. Akane Tendu is engaged to some ridiculously overpowered martial artist. Nobody warned me about the little old perverted troll with a talent for bombs. Equals Mr. Muhashin. Equals what question mark equals you accusing me of something? Equals accuse is such a harsh word. But it seems that this misleading information equals Mr. Muhashin. I'd like to point out one thing. Exactly when did you acquire this information? Equals a month ago. Wasn't it question mark equals Mumber equals no question mark equals no. A year ago. I've got the records to prove it. Equals you single quote ray bluffing. Equals remember who you're talking to. Equals oh. Asterisk click asterisk equals asterisk 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 Nebiki, time for breakfast. Oh, am I interrupting something? Nebiki calmly put down the phone and headed out her door. Mumber just straightening out some business matters. Come on Akane, let's eat. I'm starving. Asterisk 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 Rio sat on his bed, looking thoroughly embarrassed. Well, he said, gritting his teeth, I feel stupid. The television, which was on the All News Network, was reporting on yet non-reported rampaging pig attacks when Rios shut it off, needing a bit of silence to deal with the humiliation that he felt. He felt entirely too embarrassed to buy an update of the situation from High's anonymous informant and decided to do some personal and very careful surveillance. Besides, he thought, it'd be good exercise. Asterisk 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 and she said what? The lunch crowd in the okonomiyaki shop turned to look towards the afternoon entertainment, which was at the moment a surprised Ryouga. Unfortunately so, Hibiki, Mithu said, looking grim. HMM. Ryouga scratched his head. Wait. This isn't a problem. I'll just throw the fight. Yes. That's it, said Moose happily. But we must make it look good. I want to impress my future bride. Oh, of course, of course. Ryouga nodded solemnly. And be sure to steer clear of Shampoo or the old ghoul before the fight. I have a feeling they're up to something. And with that warning Kamamoose departed. Asterisk 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 Ranma and Soon were looking extremely happy as they sat at the dinner table. Ranma sensed something important had happened. Hey, Pop, something good happened? Yes, my son. Good fortune has smiled on this house at last. That's right, Sodom. Soon added. What happened? Ranma asked. I'm so happy. Soon yelled, bursting into tears. Ranma, My boy, you won't be seeing Apple's-eye anytime soon. Hey, that's great. Did he finally move out? No. Massive internal injuries. Say what? Every bone in his body was broken or cracked. He won't be able to leave the hospital for months, maybe years. Muhhhhhhh. But who did this? You know Apple's-eye isn't easy to beat. If someone they had beaten him up that badly. Foolish boy. Never question good fortune. Ranma resumed eating, thinking about the situation. Who could have beaten up Apple's-eye that badly? Maybe Miss Hinako, but break every bone in his body? That wasn't like her. Cologne? Not her style either. Wait. The last time Ranma saw Apple's-eye was at the movie theater. He was fighting someone, right? Ranma tried to remember what Apple's-eye was styling. Muhshin, die. No way. Couldn't be. He must have been distracted by a bra or something. Gosunkuji sat in his room, staring at a book his parents had taught him. He found himself doubting the sanity of his parents. The book was from an American author, and apparently popular enough to get translated and published for the Japanese market. Very slowly, he said the title. You're good enough, smart enough, and darn it, people like you. A 12-step program to enrich your life, by Stuart Smalley. He shook his head in shame. Wednesday, sunset, in the same site where Ranma and Muthu's first squared off. The showdown between Ryouga and Muthu's was arranged. As before, there was a crowd. That was the great thing about this neighborhood. Free entertainment like public martial arts fights happen often. Ryouga and Muthu were in opposite corners, trying to look serious about the fight. Ranma, Akane, and Ukyou were sitting in the front rows. Shampoo was nearby as well, holding a sign that said in large letters //shampoo marry nobody ! She wasn't happy with either choice. Akane and Ranma sat in the stands, side by side. Ukyou was by Ranma's side, but felt uncomfortable. Hey, Ukyou. Ryouga ever tell you why he's acting so weird around me lately? Ukyou herself had wanted to ask Ranma about this for some time. It seemed Ryouga was genuinely repulsed beyond normal when he was around Ranma. There was a chance that Ryouga was telling the truth. She had to know. Be honest with me, Ranshin. Did you pull some sort of prank on Ryouga recently? Did you do something weird to him? No. And I'm being honest about this, really. I didn't do nothing to Ryouga. Good. No. Wait. There was that one thing I did. He remembered that stunt when he tricked Ukyou into beating up Ryouga. That one was a classic. Ranma smiled. Ukyou, for the first time, didn't like that smell. What? She asked. Well, it was just a joke. But anyways, Ryouga got me kinda mad, so he wanted to get revenge, you know. So I just changed into a girl and Ukyou's eyes went wide with shock. You didn't. Ranma blinked, surprised by Ukyou's reaction. Huh? What's the big deal? Before Ranma could finish his story, Ukyou gave him a massive 100-hand slap. You pervert! She left her seat and stood by Ryouga's corner, frowning. She couldn't believe it. Ranma did make out with Ryouga. That was going just too far. It was, sick. Ukyou couldn't believe that this was the man she was in love with. Meanwhile, Akane gave Ranma an angry glare. What did you do now? ! She yelled loudly. Nothing. I swear. Hey, Mythos, Ryouga yelled. You ready to fight, eh? He couldn't hold back a smile. Yes. Indeed. I shall surely defeat you, Hibiki. Mythos cracked a smile as well. Cologne entered the ring. Come, both of you. The pair stepped to the center of the ring. Suddenly, Cologne poked Ryouga with her stick in several places. His eyes glazed over, as if he was in a trance. What did you do to him, you old ghoul? Heme, just wanted to make sure Ryouga gave his all in this fight. She turned to Ryouga and pointed her staff at Mythos. Maul. Ryouga. Mythos was interrupted by Ryuga's umbrella poked to the stomach. Ryouga. Snap out of it. Ryouga. Ryuga's eyes were blank, but he stepped nastily forward, tearing bandanas from his head. What's that idiot doing? Ranma muttered. Hey! Ryouga! Ukyou yelled. So I gotta do this the hard way? Mythos took a step back. Fine. He stepped forward, a duck-shaped toilet trainer suddenly appearing in his hand and aimed at Ryuga's head. Ryouga smashed the trainer with a punch, jumped back, and threw a handful of bandanas at Mythos, who countered by slicing them all with metal claws that popped out of his sleeve. Ryouga opened his umbrella and flung it at Mythos, who dodged to the left and charged at Ryouga with a bonbari much like Shampoo's. Ryouga caught the weapon with one hand, but was still hit when the bonbari opened up on top to reveal a spring-loaded glove that rocketed forth to hit him in the nose. Mythos stepped back, not noticing that Ryuga's umbrella was coming back. It flew over Mythos, but the handle was flying low enough to hit Mythos in the back of the head. The Amazon collapsed on the floor, stunned. That idiot, sighed Ranma. Ryouga, you dummy, yelled Ukyou. Cologne sprang up to the center of the ring, grinning in triumph, and said, It is official. Ryouga shall be Shampoo's bear. It's not over. Mythos rose up suddenly, although looking somewhat unstable. He whipped his arms forward, releasing an absurd amount of chains which wrapped themselves around Ryouga. Mythos slowly walked towards Ryouga, searching his robes for something. Cologne murmured to Ryouga, Akane hates you. Ryouga began to glow with a fiery aura. You'll be alone for the rest of your accursed life. Ryuga's blank face became a snarl. Ranma is always going to be better than you. The fiery glow around Ryouga began to swirl. Oh man, he's gonna do it, Ranma muttered. Ryouga, come on, Snap out of it. Don't do this. Ryouga. Muse noticed Ryouga was glowing and knew the time to end this was near. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Ah! Suddenly, he pulled out a gigantic mallet. Cologne looked up and it seemed to cover up the sun itself. It was a mighty mallet indeed. Muse grunted with effort. Kama lifted the mighty mallet up high and ran towards Ryouga, screaming "Mallet of Justice STRIIIIIIK." Cologne murmured one last thing to Ryouga, tipping him over the edge. "You're a pig. SHISHIHOUKOU Dan." A blast of energy rushed from Ryouga's hands, striking Muse, who was flung back, caught in the dead center of the blast. Meanwhile, Muse's mallet was flung arching high, going towards Ryouga. Muse was on his knees, trying to get up. Cologne stood at the center once more and said, "Give up, Muse. You're big *ACK*. Muse looked up to see what could have interrupted Cologne. He smiled when he saw that the mallet of justice had not failed him. It had landed on Ryouga and Cologne both. Muse jumped to his feet, triumph surging through him. "I've won! I've won! Witness the power of my love, Shampoo." The mallet rolled off Ryuga's head, revealing a stunned Ryouga and a flat little ghoul. Meanwhile, Muse was doing the Amazon dance of joy. Ryouga blinked, groggy and in a daze. "What happened? Whoa!" Muse stood triumphant. "IWILO marry Shampoo." He quickly dodged the bonbury hurled by Shampoo from the stands. "Wait, Muse, the fight isn't over." To everyone's surprise, Ukyou was back up. "Oh yes, and look at him." Muse pointed to Ryouga, who, much to Muse's surprise, was slowly getting up. "You see, he is not defeated yet," said Cologne. Ryouga, finally coming to his senses, realized the situation. Oh. He quickly fell on his back and tried his best to look knocked out. "Oh man, that's gotta be the worst acting I have ever seen," Ranma said. The crowd murmured in agreement. "Shampoo no care. Shampoo no marry any of you." "Get up, you slacker," Cologne said, reaching over with her staff towards Ryouga, but he was quickly wrapped up in chains and tossed away by Muse, who, in his rush to get Ryouga out of the situation, tossed him into the stands. "Fa! You cannot stop the power of my love. Come to me." Shampoo! Muse leapt from the ring, full of bliss, and charged the now extremely upset Amazon girl. "Shampoo no marry you." With that battle cry, she pulled him into the sky. Cologne didn't notice Muse's sudden departure and ran it on. "Just you wait, Muse. I shall call the Amazon Law Council to settle this matter. But law is on my side." Everyone was surprised at this outburst by Cologne. She'd rarely ever become hysterical before. "I will not have blind idiots tainting our family line. Geez, I guess she really doesn't want Muse as a son-in-law," Ranma murmured. Meanwhile, the crowds in the stands slowly departed, Ryouga had being gone with the crowds. Ryo had seen enough. That, in his opinion, really was terrible acting by Hibiki, enough to disgust even an amateur actor. He leapt away, heading somewhere where he hoped to relax for a while. Asterisk 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 as the crowd scattered, Ranma, Akane, Ukyou, Ryouga, Goose, and Shampoo remained behind, silent and contemplative. Cologne had left with the rest of the crowd, having no desire to stay in a place of failure. Shampoo stood apart from the rest of them, her back turned away. Ranma leaned towards Ryouga. Nice HAM acting you did back there, P-chan. Ryouga glared at Ranma. Shut up, you. Meanwhile, Goose reached a hand out to her shoulder. Shampoo. My wife. Asterisk 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 WHAP asterisk asterisk asterisk. Everyone winced. That looked painful. Stupid Goose. Shampoo kill. The next several minutes were spent trying to get Shampoo to release Goose from her Amazon death choke. And part 8 equals part IX not T, and not sympathy equals T. Houses have a generally relaxing effect. They are a refuge from the daily grind of society, a haven from the stresses of life, a place to relax. Nerima's tea houses are greatly valued because these places are one of the few places where fighting just does not occur. It's an unspoken rule that everyone obeys. After all, there has to be some place where one can negotiate a deal with enemies that would otherwise kill their adversaries on the spot. Actually, there's one exception to this rule. The dojo of martial arts tea ceremony doubles as a tea house. At this place, fights often break out at least once a day. For this reason, that particular cafe is incredibly unpopular among the townfolk of Nerima, but does very well with tourists. Everyone had gone their separate ways after they managed to save Musa from Shampoo. Being used to wandering off on his own, Ryouga did just that. Before the others realized it, he was gone from their view. He was lost. This wasn't new. He had less than 24 hours to find his way to Ukyou's, or at the very least, Furinkan High. Time limits and Hibiki Navigatational skills did not mix. Ryouga sighed in frustration as the evening shadows began to fall. He didn't want to think about how long he'd been lost this time. It was at this point that he found himself standing in front of a nondescript tea house of sorts. He had nothing better to do, and hoped that he would manage to get directions, so he went in. He entered and found it was what it appeared to be, a quiet, relaxing cafe filled with people. To his surprise, a waitress immediately went up to him. "The gentleman in that table is expecting you," she said, pointing to a table in the corner whose sole occupant was obscured by the newspaper he was reading. He followed her to the table and had a seat. "You were expecting me?" asked Ryouga curiously. "You were standing in front of the store like an idiot. I guessed it was a matter of time until you came in. Have a seat, let's talk." The newspaper lowered. Ryo gave Ryouga a brief glance, then went back to orienting. You. Ryouga warily looked at the Gosunkuji look-alike. What do you want? That would be telling. What do you mean? Shush, Hibiki. Now is not the time for loud confrontations. I'll probably tell you anyways a little later. Then why are we here? Don't play games with me, idiot. I know you were following me. I was not. Oh? Then why are you here? I was lost. What a coincidence that we meet here, said Ryo sarcastically. As a waitress passed by, he asked her to bring something over. The house is special for my companion here, he said. Buying me a drink? Wondered Ryouga suspiciously. How generous of you. Come now, you think I'd start something in a tea house? It was rather modern for a tea house, but it met all the minimum requirements, and as such, was supposed to be a no-violence zone. Ryouga shrugged. Hey, why are you after me? Anyways? Ryo narrowed his eyes. He didn't care to bring past embarrassments to light. You offended some of our sensei. It was the truth. Part of truth, anyways. He'd like to kill Ryouga even without the sensei sending him to do it. But what did I do? Asked Ryouga. Ryo shrugged. I care not. I do, said Ryouga. This needs to stop. They sat there in silence, for a brief moment. Ryo sipping his tea and reading through the paper, Ryouga wondering why he was staying there at all. Ryo sighed. Ryuga's presence was getting irritating, especially when Hibiki was just sitting there doing nothing. Here, said Ryo, holding out a pamphlet of some sort. Wondered Ryouga. It's the menu. Look at it. What? Why? Asked Ryouga crossly. We, said Ryo, are in an establishment of respectability. One does not wish to be seated by a person looking about aimlessly as if he were an idiot. Read the menu, will you? It looks far better than that blank straight on your face. Shut up, mumbled Ryouga, looking at the menu already. Hey, said Ryouga. Where did you learn the breaking point technique? He wondered. He'd seen Ryo use it before, and the only other person he knew that practiced that technique was Cologne. What that meant, exactly, he did not know. I was hunting after _you_, he said, and was in China, when... Where the hell am I now? Muttered Ryo, trekking through the vast wilderness of China. He knew that this area was on Ryuga's list of places to visit, although narrowing down the list to a few towns would have been nice. Thus far, he'd traveled to a few small villages. Pass would be an interesting, rather scenic place with many springs and bamboo poles, but had yet to catch up with him. Should've taken another year off, he muttered, slashing through thunderbrush. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed through the forest. Ryo crouched down low, watching for an attack. When nothing happened, he advanced slowly towards where the sound came from. More explosions rocked the earth, and as he peered from behind some foliage, he saw why. Suspended by ropes from several trees were several young women. Ukyou had one hand tied behind their backs. He observed, quietly, sensing something incredible was about to happen. From further in the trees, boulders on ropes swung towards them unfazed. They looked right at the boulders, rearing one arm back and preparing to strike. What are they? Wondered Ryouga. Suddenly, several of the boulders shattered and exploded into shrapnel and dust. Several other boulders merely struck the women, sending them fleeing backwards in much pain. Ryouga ignored them, more fascinated by something that they had just shown. Is this a technique I can learn? He wondered, while also entertaining the potential of such an attack. The blast seemed very violent, and sent jagged debris flying everywhere. As potent as a fragmentation grenade. And the damage it could have went done to a human body. This, I must learn. And so, for the next few days, he watched, and listened, and analyzed out. When the training grounds were empty, he'd climbed up and attempted to train himself, hanging from the ropes while pushing the boulder back as far as possible. When they left no boulders hanging, he practiced on the ones left on the forest's floor. This way was actually the one he preferred, but he realized there must be some merit in how the Amazons trained in the technique, so he kept to practicing by suspended boulder propelled at himself whenever he could. Days turned to weeks, and weeks into a few months. Asterisk. And so, eventually, after, many bruises, many countless bruises, I figured it out. It's a really versatile technique, you know. Once you learn it, no prison can hold you and no man dares take you on unless they're wearing armor, or have incredible endurance. The waitress came in with their drinks, contained in black coffee mugs. Ryouga ignored the drink, finding himself engrossed by the menu selection. So you weren't properly trained to use the Bakusai Tenketsu. No. I admit the debris that flies around is annoying, but after a while in practice it ceased becoming bothersome. Ryouga was considering what this meant. Ryouga had boosted toughness as well, since the exploding debris no longer hurt him, but his training certainly wasn't as rigorous. Ryouga still had the superior endurance but Ryouga must have endurance at least as tough as Ranma's. That technique, Ryouga said, looking hopefully at his glass, it is great for getaways. But for some reason it didn't work when I tried to keep Apple's eyes. So it is true. You did take on Apple's eyes. Ryouga nodded. Tough little bastard. He sighed, in a way that said he was bored with life and was going to entertain himself in a way that would make other people uncomfortable. Anyways, there he was stunned at my feet, and I decided I wanted to scatter his brains across the pavement. He took a sip of his drink, then continued, and so, I yell out Bakusai Tenketsu, jab the runt in the head, and nothing happens. The Bakusai Tenketsu doesn't work on living things. It only works on rocks. Is that so? Ryouga frowned and took another sip of his drink. That single quote is disappointing. They sat there, Ryo very relaxed and Ryouga looking somewhat tense, although trying to blend in anyways. Ryo felt that maybe Ryouga had a point about getting things over with. After all, Ryouga was the last name on his target list. And after Ryouga, maybe another vacation. So you prefer an official challenge? Ryo finished the last of his drink, slammed it down on the table dramatically, then twanked Ryouga dramatically. I officially challenge you at the last day of the month, in the evening, 7, at the bridge where we first fought. Sound good? Fine. Ryouga then looked thoughtful for a moment, something likely alien to anyone that knew him for a long time, then turned to Ryo with his finger pointed dramatically. But no more kidnapping, got it? Pardon? You'll leave me and my friends alone. Ryo frowned. But, you stick in the mud. You had no sense of adventure. He flipped to the front section of the paper and noticed a strange headline. Rampaging pig strikes again. Ryo paused a moment, thinking, then said, it's a deal. He didn't mind accepting the offer. After all, finding ways around the rules was a very entertaining thing to do as well.